2. Page 547. The Cruel Doctrines of Calvin. Calvin promulgated views of divine partiality and bloodthirstiness equally abhorrent. The human race, corrupted radically in the fall with Adam, has upon it the guilt and impotence of original sin. Its redemption can be achieved only through an incarnation and a propitiation, of this redemption only. Electing grace can make the soul a participant, and such grace, once given, is never lost. This election can come only from God, and it includes only a part of the race, the rest being left to perdition. Election and perdition, the horrible decretum, are both predestinated in the divine plan. That plan is a decree, and this decree is eternal and unchangeable. Justification blasphemed has been thy name. Unfortunately for all such speculations, belief in the propitiatory efficacy of blood can be traced to the oldest rites. Hardly a nation remained ignorant of it. Every people offered animal and even human sacrifices to the gods, in the hope of averting thereby public calamity, by pacifying the wrath of some avenging deity. There are instances of Greek and Roman generals offering their lives simply for the success of their army. Caesar complains of it, and calls it a superstition of the Gauls. They devote themselves to death, believing that unless life is rendered for life the immortal gods cannot be appeased, he writes. If any evil is about to befall either those who now sacrifice, or Egypt, may it be averted on this head, was pronounced by the Egyptian priests when sacrificing one of their sacred animals. And imprecations were uttered over the head of the expiatory victim, around whose horns a piece of byblos was rolled. The animal was generally led to some barren region, sacred to Typhon, in those primitive ages when this fatal deity was yet held in a certain consideration by the Egyptians. It is in this custom that lies the origin of the scapegoat of the Jews, who, when the Rufus ass god was rejected by the Egyptians, began sacrificing to another deity the red heifer. Let all sins that have been committed in this world fall on me, that the world may be delivered, exclaimed Gautama, the Hindu savior, centuries before our era. Footnote S. Footnote continued from previous page. Just judgment of God, he was eternally damned. After which consoling message from beyond the dark river, he fell back and relapsed into death. In their turn, the Parsi theologians speak thus: if any of you commit sin under the belief that he shall be saved by somebody, both the deceiver as well as the deceived shall be damned to the day of Rastahe. There is no savior. In the other world you shall receive the return according to your actions. Your savior is your deeds and God himself. 1. * de Izid. Et Asur, p. 380. 1. The Modern Parsis, lecture by Max Muller, 1862. Volume 2, page 548. ISIS Unveiled. No one will pretend to assert in our own age that it was the Egyptians who borrowed anything from the Israelites, as they now accuse the Hindus of doing. Bunsen, Lepsius, Champollion, have long since established the precedence of Egypt over the Israelites in age as well as in all the religious rites that we now recognize among the chosen people. Even the New Testament teems with quotations and repetitions from the Book of the Dead, and Jesus, if everything attributed to him by his four biographers is true, must have been acquainted with the Egyptian funereal hymns. In the Gospel according to Matthew we find whole sentences from the ancient and sacred ritual which preceded our era by more than 4,000 years. We will again compare. The soul under trial is brought before Osiris, the Lord of Truth, who sits decorated with the Egyptian cross, emblem of eternal life, and holding in his right hand the vanus or the flagellum of justice. The spirit begins, in the hall of the two truths, an earnest appeal, and enumerates its good deeds, supported by the responses of the 42 assessors, its incarnated deeds and accusers. If justified, it is addressed as Osiris, thus assuming the appellation of the deity whence its divine essence proceeded, and the following words, full of majesty and justice, are pronounced. Let the Osiris go, yes, see, he is without fault. He lived on truth, he has fed on truth. The God has welcomed him as he desired. He has given food to my hungry, drink to my thirsty ones, clothes to my naked. He has made the sacred food of the gods the meat of the spirits. In the parable of the kingdom of heaven, Matthew XXV, the Son of Man, Osiris is also called the Son, sits upon the throne of his glory, judging the nations, and says to the justified, Come ye blessed of my Father, the God, inherit the kingdom. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat, I was thirsty and ye gave me drink naked. And footnote, Every tradition shows that Jesus was educated in Egypt and passed his infancy and youth with the brotherhoods of the Essenes and other mystic communities. Bunsen found some records which show the language and religious worship of the Egyptians, for instance, not only existing at the opening of the Old Empire, but already so fully established and fixed as to receive but a very slight development in the course of the Old, Middle, and Modern empires, and while this opening of the Old Empire is placed by him beyond the Menes period, at least 4,000 years BC, the origin of the ancient Hermetic prayers and hymns of the Book of the Dead, is assigned by Bunsen to the Premonite dynasty of Abydos, between 4000 and 4500 BC, thus showing that the system of Osirian worship and mythology was already formed 3,000 years before the days of Moses. It was also called the hook of attraction. Virgil terms it Mystica Vanus Iacia, Georges, I. 166. Volume 2, page 549. Peter Cooper's Practical Christianity. Ye clothed me. To complete the resemblance, Matthew 3:12. John is made to describe Christ as Osiris, whose fan, winnow or vanus, is in his hand, and who will purge his floor and gather his wheat into the garner. The same in relation to Buddhist legends. In Matthew 4:19, Jesus is made to say, Follow me and I will make you fishers of men, the whole adapted to a conversation between him and Simon Peter and Andrew his brother. In Schmidt's Der Weise und der Thor, a work full of anecdotes about Buddha and his disciples, the whole from original texts, it is said of a new convert to the faith, that he had been caught by the hook of the doctrine, just as a fish, who has caught at the bait and line is securely pulled out. In the temples of Siam the image of the expected Buddha, the Messiah Maitri, is represented with a fisherman's net in the hand, while in Tibet he holds a kind of a trap. The explanation of it reads as follows: He, Buddha, disseminates upon the ocean of birth and decay the lotus flower of the excellent law as a bait, with the loop of devotion, never cast out in vain. He brings living beings up like fishes, and carries them to the other side of the river, where there is true understanding. Add the erudite Archbishop Cave, Grabe, and Dr. Parker, who so zealously contended in their time for the admission of the epistles of Jesus Christ and Abgarus, king of Edessa, into the canon of the scripture, lived in our days of Max Muller and Sanskrit scholarship, we doubt whether they would have acted as they did. The first mention of these epistles ever made, was by the famous Eusebius. This pious bishop seems to have been self-appointed to furnish Christianity with the most unexpected proofs to corroborate its wildest fancies. Whether footnote, S. Asterisk in an address to the delegates of the Evangelical Alliance, New York, 1874, Mr. Peter Cooper, a Unitarian, and one of the noblest practical Christians of the age, closes it with the following memorable language: in that last and final account it will be happy for us if we shall then find that our influence through life has tended to feed the hungry, to clothe the naked, and soothe the sorrows of those who were sick and in prison. Such words from a man who has given $2 million in charity, educated 4,000 young girls in useful arts, by which they gain a comfortable support, maintained a free public library, museum, and reading room, classes for working people, public lectures by eminent scientists, open to all, and been foremost in all good works, throughout a long and blameless life, come with the noble force that marks the utterances of all benefactors of their kind. The deeds of Peter Cooper will cause posterity to treasure his golden sayings in its heart. Aus dem Tibetischen Übersetzt und mit den Originaltext herausgegeben ben, von S. J. Schmidt. Buddhism in Tibet, by Emil Schlegentweit, 1863, p. 213. Volume 2, page 550 ISIS Unveiled. Among the many accomplishments of the Bishop of Caesarea, we must include a knowledge of the Sinhalese, Pahlavi, Tibetan, and other languages, we know not, but he surely transcribed the letters of Jesus and Abgarus, and the story of the miraculous portrait of Christ taken on a piece of cloth, by the simple wiping of his face, from the Buddhist Ikal canon. To be sure, the bishop declared that he found the letter himself written in Syriac, preserved among the registers and records of the city of Edessa, where Abgarus reigned. We recall the words of Babrias, myth, O son of King Alexander, is an ancient human invention of Syrians, who lived in old time under Ninus and Belus. Edessa was one of the ancient holy cities. The Arabs venerate it to this day, and the purest Arabic is there spoken. They call it still by its ancient name Orpha, once the city Arphaxada, Arphaxad, the seat of a college of Chaldeans and Magi, whose missionary, called Orpheus, brought thence the Bacchic mysteries to Thrace. Very naturally, Eusebius found there the tales which he wrought over into the story of Abgarus, and the sacred picture taken on a cloth, as that of Bhagavat, or the blessed Tathagata, Buddha, was obtained by King Binsbizara. The king having brought it, Bhagavat projected his shadow on it. This bit of miraculous stuff, with its shadow, is still preserved, say the Buddhists. Only the shadow itself is rarely seen. In like manner, the Gnostic author of the Gospel according to John, copied and metamorphosed the legend of Ananda who asked drink of a Matangha woman, the antitype of the woman met by Jesus at the well. Footnote, S. Ecclesiastical History, 1. I. C. 13. Tathagata is Buddha, he who walks in the footsteps of his predecessors, as Bhagavat he is the Lord. We have the same legend about St. Veronica as a pendant. Introduction à l'Histoire du Bouddhisme Indien, E. Bernouv, p. 341. Moses was a most notable practitioner of Hermetic science. Bearing in mind that Moses, a Sarsif, is made to run away to the land of Midian, and that he sat down by a well, Exodus 2, we find the following: the well played a prominent part in the mysteries of the Bacchic festivals. In the sacerdotal language of every country, it had the same significance. A well is the fountain of salvation mentioned in Isaiah 12:3. The water is the male principle in its spiritual sense. In its physical relation in the allegory of creation, the water is chaos, and chaos is the female principle vivified by the Spirit of God, the male principle. In the Kabbalah, Zakar means male, and the Jordan was called Zakar. Universal History, Vol. 2, p. 429. It is curious that the father of St. John the Baptist, the prophet of Jordan Zakar, should be called Zacharias. One of the names of Bacchus is Zagrus. The ceremony of pouring water on the shrine was sacred in the Assyrian rites as well as in the Mosaic institutions. In the Mishnah it is said, "Thou shalt dwell in Sukkah and pour out water 7, and the pipe 6 days, Mishnah Sukkah, p. 1. Take virgin earth, and work up the dust with live." Footnote continued on next page, volume 2, page 551. The Samaritan woman's story Buddhistic. And was reminded by her that she belongs to a low caste, and may have nothing to do with a holy monk. "I do not ask thee, my sister," answers Ananda to the woman, "either thy caste or thy family, I only ask thee for water, if thou canst give me some." This Matangha woman, charmed and moved to tears, repents, joins the monastic order of Gautama, and becomes a saint, rescued from a life of unchastity by Sakyamuni. Many of her subsequent actions were used by Christian forgers, to endow Mary Magdalene and other female saints and martyrs. "And whosoever shall give to drink unto one of these little ones a cup of cold water only in the name of a disciple, verily I say unto you, he shall in no wise lose his reward, says the Gospel. Matthew x 42. Whosoever, with a purely believing heart, offers nothing but a handful of water, or presents so much to the spiritual assembly, or gives drink therewith to the poor and needy, or to a beast of the field, this meritorious action will not be exhausted in many ages, says the Buddhist canon. At the hour of Gautama Buddha's birth there were 32,000 wonders performed. The clouds stopped immovable in the sky, the waters of the rivers ceased to flow, the flowers ceased unbudding, the birds s. Footnote continued from previous paging. Water, prescribes the Sahar, Introduction to Sahar, Kabbalah Denudata, 2, pages 220, 221. Only earth and water, according to Moses, can bring forth a living soul, quotes Cornelius Agrippa. The water of Bacchus was considered to impart the holy pneuma to the initiate, and it washes off all sin by baptism through the Holy Ghost, with the Christians. The well in the Kabbalistic sense, is the mysterious emblem of the secret doctrine. If any man thirst, let him come unto me and drink, says Jesus, John 7. Therefore, Moses the adept, is naturally enough represented sitting by a well. He is approached by the 7 daughters of the Kenite priest of Midian coming to fill the troughs, to water their father's flock. Here we have 7 again, the mystic number. In the present biblical allegory the daughters represent the 7 occult powers. The shepherds came and drove them, the 7 daughters, away, but Moses stood up, and helped them, and watered their flock. The shepherds are shown, by some Kabbalistic interpreters, to represent the 7 badly disposed stelas of the Nazarenes, for in the Old Samaritan text the number of these shepherds is also said to be 7, see Kabbalistic books. Then Moses, who had conquered the 7 evil powers, and won the friendship of the 7 occult and beneficent ones, is represented as living with the Ruel priest of Midian, who invites the Egyptian to eat bread, i.e., to partake of his wisdom. In the Bible the elders of Midian are known as great soothsayers and diviners. Finally, Ruel or Jethro, the initiator and instructor of Moses, gives him in marriage his daughter. This daughter is Zipporah, i.e., the esoteric wisdom, the shining light of knowledge, for Sippar means the shining or resplendent, from the word Sippar to shine. Sippara, in Chaldea, was the city of the Sunday. Thus Moses was initiated by the Midianite, or rather the Kenite, and thence the biblical allegory. Schmidt, Der Wise und der Thor, p. 37 Volume 2, page 552 ISIS Unveiled. Main silent and full of wonder, all nature remained suspended in her course, and was full of expectation. There was a preternatural light spread all over the world, animals suspended their eating, the blind saw, and the lame and dumb were cured, etc. We now quote from the Proto-Evangelion. At the hour of the Nativity, as Joseph looked up into the air, I saw, he says, the clouds astonished, and the fowls of the air stopping in the midst of their flight. And I beheld the sheep dispersed, and yet the sheep stood still, and I looked into a river, and saw the kids with their mouths close to the water, and touching it, but they did not drink. Then a bright cloud overshadowed the cave. But on a sudden the cloud became a great light in the cave, so that their eyes could not bear it. The hand of Salome, which was withered, was straightway cured. The blind saw, the lame and dumb were cured. When sent to school, the young Gautama, without having ever studied, completely worsted all his competitors, not only in writing, but in arithmetic, mathematics, metaphysics, wrestling, archery, astronomy, geometry, and finally vanquishes his own professors by giving the definition of 64 kinds of writings, which were unknown to the masters themselves. And this is what is said again in the Gospel of the Infancy, and when he, Jesus, was 12 years old, a certain principal rabbi asked him, Hast thou read books? And a certain astronomer asked the Lord Jesus whether he had studied astronomy. And Lord Jesus explained to him about the spheres, about the physics and metaphysics. Also things that reason of man had never discovered. The constitutions of the body, how the soul operated upon the body, etc. And at this the master was so surprised that he said, I believe this boy was born before Noah. He is more learned than any master. The precepts of Hillel, who died 40 years BC, appear rather as quotations than original expressions in the Sermon on the Mount. Jesus taught the world nothing that had not been taught as earnestly before by other masters. He begins his sermon with certain purely Buddhistic footnote, s. Regia. Chur. Roll. Pa. History of Buddha Sakyamuni, Sanskrit, Lalita Vistara, Vol. 2, pages 90, 91. Proto-Evangelion, ascribed to James, ch. 13 and 14. Poly-Buddhistical Annals, 3, p. 28, Manual of Buddhism, 142. Hardy. Gospel of the Infancy, Chap. XX, XXI, accepted by Eusebius, Athanasius, Epiphanius, Chrysostom, Jerome, and others. The same story, with the Hindu earmarks rubbed off to avoid detection, is found at Luke 2. 46, 47. Volume 2, page 553. Missionary Judson's Antagonist. Precepts that had found acceptance among the Essenes, and were generally practiced by the Orphichoi, and the Neoplatonists. There were the Philhellenes, who, like Apollonius, had devoted their lives to moral and physical purity, and who practiced asceticism. He tries to imbue the hearts of his audience with a scorn for worldly wealth, a fakir-like unconcern for the morrow, love for humanity, poverty, and chastity. He blesses the poor in spirit, the meek, the hungering and the thirsting after righteousness, the merciful and the peacemakers, and, Buddha-like, leaves but a poor chance for the proud castes to enter into the kingdom of heaven. Every word of his sermon is an echo of the essential principles of monastic Buddhism. The 10 Commandments of Buddha, as found in an appendix to the Pratimoksha Sutra, Pali-Burman text, are elaborated to their full extent in Matthew. If we desire to acquaint ourselves with the historical Jesus, we have to set the mythical Christ entirely aside, and learn all we can of the man in the first gospel. His doctrines, religious views, and grandest aspirations will be found concentrated in his sermon. This is the principal cause of the failure of missionaries to convert Brahmanists and Buddhists. These see that the little of really good that is offered in the new religion is paraded only in theory, while their own faith demands that those identical rules shall be applied in practice. Notwithstanding the impossibility for Christian missionaries to understand clearly the spirit of a religion wholly based on that doctrine of emanation which is so inimical to their own theology, the reasoning powers of some simple Buddhistical preachers are so high, that we see a scholar like Guts Laugh * utterly silenced and put to great straits by Buddhists. Judson, the famous Baptist missionary in Burma, confesses, in his journal, the difficulties to which he was often driven by them. Speaking of a certain Uyan, he remarks that his strong mind was capable of grasping the most difficult subjects. His words, he remarks, are as smooth as oil, as sweet as honey, and as sharp as razors. His mode of reasoning is soft, insinuating, and acute, and so adroitly does he act his part, that I with the strength of truth, was scarcely able to keep him down. It appears though, that at a later period of his mission, Mr. Judson found that he had utterly mistaken the doctrine. I begin to find, he says, that the semi-atheism, which I had sometimes mentioned, is nothing but a refined Buddhism, having its foundation in the Buddhistic scriptures. Thus he discovered at last that while there is in Buddhism a generic term of most exalted perfection actually applied to numerous individuals, a Buddha superior to the whole host of subordinate deities, there are also lurking in the footnote, s. Alabaster, Will of the Law, pages 29, 34, 35, and 38. Volume 2, page 554. Isis Unveiled. System. The glimmerings of an anima mundi anterior to, and even superior to Buddha. This is a happy discovery, indeed. Even the so slandered Chinese believe in one, highest God, the supreme ruler of heavens. Yawangshan Ti has his name inscribed only on the golden tablet before the altar of heaven at the great temple at Peking, Tilantan. This worship, says Colonel Yule, is mentioned by the Mahometan narrator of Shahruk's embassy, AD 1421. Every year there are some days on which the emperor eats no animal food. He spends his time in an apartment which contains no idol, and says that he is worshipping the God of heaven. Speaking of Shahrastani, the great Arabian scholar, Khorasan says that for him Sabiism was not astrolatory, as many are inclined to think. He thought that God is too sublime and too great to occupy himself with the immediate management of this world, that he has, therefore, transferred the government thereof to the gods, and retained only the most important affairs for himself, that further, man is too weak to be able to apply immediately to the highest, that he must, therefore, address his prayers and sacrifices to the intermediate divinities, to whom the management of the world has been entrusted by the highest. Khorasan argues that this idea is as old as the world, and that in the heathen world this view was universally shared by the cultivated. Father Buri, a Portuguese missionary, who was sent to convert the poor heathen of Cochin China, as early as the 16th century, protests in despair, in his narrative, that there is not a dress, office, or ceremony in the Church of Rome, to which the devil has not here provided some counterpart. Even when the father began inveighing against the idols, he was answered that these were the images of departed great men, whom they worshipped exactly on the same principle, and in the same manner, as the Catholics did the images of the apostles and martyrs. Moreover, these idols have importance but in the eyes of the ignorant multitudes. The philosophy of Buddhism ignores images and fetishes. Its strongest vitality lies in its psychological conceptions of man's inner self. The road to the supreme state of felicity, called the ford of nirvana, winds its invisible paths through the spiritual, not physical life of a person while on this earth. The sacred Buddhist ical literature points the way by stimulating man to follow practically the example of Gao. S. *E. Upham, The History and Doctrines of Buddhism, p. 135. Dr. Judson fell into this prodigious error by reason of his fanaticism. In his zeal to save souls, he refused to peruse the Burmese classics, lest his attention should be diverted thereby. Indian Antiquary, Vol. 2, p. 81, Book of Sir Marco Polo, Vol. I, p. 441. Sabismus, Vol. I, p. 725. Murray's History of Discoveries in Asia. Vol. 2, page 555. More Christian pilferings from Buddhism. Tama. Therefore, the Buddhist ical writings lay a particular stress on the spiritual privileges of man, advising him to cultivate his powers for the production of mipo, phenomena, during life, and for the attainment of nirvana in the hereafter. But turning again from the historical to the mythical narratives, invented alike about Krishna, Buddha, and Christ, we find the following, setting a model for the Christian avatar and the Archangel Gabriel to follow. The luminous Santa Sita, Bodhisat, appeared to Mahamaya like a cloud in the moonlight, coming from the north, and in his hand holding a white lotus. He announced to her the birth of her son, and circumambulating the queen's couch thrice passed away from the Diwaloka and was conceived in the world of men. The resemblance will be found still more perfect upon examining the illustrations in medieval psalters, and the panel paintings of the 16th century, in the church of Jui, for instance, in which the Virgin is represented kneeling, with her hands uplifted toward the Holy Ghost, and the unborn child is miraculously seen through her body, and then finding the same subject treated in the identical way in the sculptures in certain convents in Tibet. In the Polybuddhistic annals, and other religious records, it is stated that Mahadevi and all her attendants were constantly gratified with the sight of the infant Bodhisattva quietly developing within his mother's bosom, and beaming already, from his place of gestation, upon humanity the resplendent moonshine of his future benevolence. Ananda, the cousin and future disciple of Sakyamuni, is represented as having been born at the same time. He appears to have been the original for the old legends about John the Baptist. For example, the Pali narrative relates that Mahamaya, while pregnant with the sage, paid a visit to his mother, as Mary did to the mother of the Baptist. Immediately, as she entered the apartment, the unborn Ananda greeted the unborn Buddha Siddhartha, who also returned the salutation, and in like manner the babe, afterward John the Baptist, leaped in the womb of Elizabeth when Mary came in. More even than that, for Didron describes a scene of salutation, painted on shutters at Lyons, between Elizabeth and Mary, in which the two unborn infants, both pictured as outside their mothers, are also saluting each other. If we turn now to Krishna and attentively compare the prophecies respecting him, as collected in the Ramatsariarian traditions of the footnote, S. * Manual of Buddhism, p. 142. See Inman's Ancient Pagan and Modern Christian Symbolism, p. 92. Rajya. Chur. Roll. P.A. Kugyur, Tibetan version. Gospel according to Luke, I 39-45. Didron, Iconograph. Cretan Histoire de Dieu. Volume 2, page 556. ISIS Unveiled. Atharva, the Vedanas and the Vedantas * with passages in the Bible and apocryphal Gospels, of which it is pretended that some presage the coming of Christ, we shall find very curious facts. Following are examples, column 1 from the Hindu books. First, he, the Redeemer, shall come, crowned with lights, the pure fluid issuing from the great soul, dispersing darkness. Atharva. 2d In the early part of the Kali Yuga shall be born the Son of the Virgin, Vedanta. 3d The Redeemer shall come, and the accursed Rakshasas shall fly for refuge to the deepest hell. Atharva. 4th He shall come, and life will defy death. And he shall revivify the blood of all beings, shall regenerate all bodies, and purify all souls. 5th He shall come, and all animated beings, all the flowers, plants, men, women, the infants, the slaves, shall together intone the chant of joy, for he is the Lord of all creatures, he is infinite, for he is power, for he is wisdom, for he is beauty, for he is all and in all. 6th He shall come, more sweet than honey and ambrosia, more pure than the lamb without spot. Ibid. 7th Happy the blessed womb that shall bear him. Ibid. 8th And God shall manifest his glory, and make his power resound, and shall reconcile himself with his creatures. Ibid. 9th It is in the bosom of a woman that the ray of the divine splendor will receive human form, and she shall bring forth, being a virgin, for no impure contact shall have defiled her. Vedanas. Column 2 from the Christian books. First, the people of Galilee of the Gentiles which sat in darkness saw great light. Matthew 4. From Isaiah 9. 1, 2. 2d Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son. Isaiah 7 quoted in Matthew I 23. 3d Behold, now, Jesus of Nazareth, with the brightness of his glorious divinity, put to flight all the horrid powers of darkness. Nicodemus. 4th And I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish. John X 28. 5th Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Shout, O daughter of Jerusalem. Behold, thy king cometh unto thee. He is just, for how great is his goodness, and how great is his beauty. Corn shall make the young men cheerful, and new wine the maids. Zechariah 9. 6th Behold the Lamb of God. John I 36. He was brought as a lamb to the slaughter. Isaiah 53. 7th Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. Luke I. Blessed is the womb that bare thee. 11. 27. 8th God manifested forth his glory. John, 1st EP. God was in Christ, reconciling the world unto himself. 2 Corinth, v. 9th being an unparalleled instance, without any pollution or defilement, and a virgin shall bring forth a son, and a maid shall bring forth the Lord, Gospel of Mary, 3. Footnote, s. Asterisk there are numerous works deduced immediately from the Vedas, called the Unveiled. 4 works are included under this denomination, namely, the Ayus, Gandharva, Danas, and Sthapatya. The third Upaveda was composed by Viswamitra for the use of the Kshatriyas, the warrior caste. Chapter 11, Part 2 Homepage. Isis Unveiled by H. P. Blavatsky Vol. 2 Theosophical University Press Online Edition Volume 2, page 587 Chapter 12. My vast and noble capital, my Dato, my splendidly adorned, and thou, my cool and delicious summer seat, my Shangtukibung. Alas, for my illustrious name as the sovereign of the world. Alas, for my Dato, seat of sanctity, glorious work of the immortal Kublai. All is rent from me. Col. Yule, in Marco Polo. As for what thou hearest others say, who persuade the many that the soul, when once freed from the body, neither suffers evil nor is conscious, I know that thou art better grounded in the doctrines received by us from our ancestors, and in the sacred orgies of Dionysus, than to believe them, for the mystic symbols are well known to us who belong to the brotherhood. Plutarch. The problem of life is man. Magic, or rather wisdom, is the evolved knowledge of the potencies of man's interior being, which forces are divine emanations, as intuition is the perception of their origin, and initiation are induction into that knowledge. We begin with instinct, the end is omniscience. A. Wilder. Power belongs to him who knows. Brahmanical Book of Evocation. It would argue small discernment on our part were we to suppose that we had been followed thus far through this work by any but metaphysicians, or mystics of some sort. Were it otherwise, we should certainly advise such to spare themselves the trouble of reading this chapter, for, although nothing is said that is not strictly true, they would not fail to regard the least wonderful of the narratives as absolutely false, however substantiated. To comprehend the principles of natural law involved in the several phenomena hereinafter described, the reader must keep in mind the fundamental propositions of the Oriental philosophy which we have successively elucidated. Let us recapitulate very briefly. First, there is no miracle. Everything that happens is the result of law eternal, immutable, ever active. Apparent miracle is but the operation of forces antagonistic to what drive. W. B. Carpenter, F.R.S. a man of great learning but little knowledge calls the well-ascertained laws of nature. Like many of his class, Dr. Carpenter ignores the fact that there may be laws once known, now unknown to science. 2D nature is triune, there is a visible, objective nature, an invisible, indwelling, energizing nature, the exact model of the other, and its vital principle, and, above these two, spirit, source of all forces, alone. Iter Volume 2, page 588 ISIS Unveiled. NAL, and indestructible. The lower two constantly change, the higher third does not. 3D man is also triune, he has his objective, physical body, his vitalizing astral body, or soul, the real man, and these two are brooded over and illuminated by the third, the sovereign, the immortal spirit. When the real man succeeds in merging himself with the latter, he becomes an immortal entity. Fourth, magic, as a science, is the knowledge of these principles, and of the way by which the omniscience and omnipotence of the spirit and its control over nature's forces may be acquired by the individual while still in the body. Magic, as an art, is the application of this knowledge in practice. Fifth, arcane knowledge misapplied, is sorcery, beneficently used, true magic or wisdom. Sixth, mediumship is the opposite of adeptship, the medium is the passive instrument of foreign influences, the adept actively controls himself and all inferior potencies. Seventh, all things that ever were, that are, or that will be, having their record upon the astral light, or tablet of the unseen universe, the initiated adept, by using the vision of his own spirit, can know all that has been known or can be known. 8th Races of men differ in spiritual gifts as in color, stature, or any other external quality. Among some people seership naturally prevails, among others mediumship. Some are addicted to sorcery, and transmit its secret rules of practice from generation to generation, with a range of psychical phenomena, more or less wide, as the result. 9th. One phase of magical skill is the voluntary and conscious withdrawal of the inner man, astral form, from the outer man, physical body. In the cases of some mediums withdrawal occurs, but it is unconscious and involuntary. With the latter the body is more or less cataleptic at such times, but with the adept the absence of the astral form would not be noticed, for the physical senses are alert, and the individual appears only as though in a fit of abstraction or brown study, as some call it. To the movements of the wandering astral form neither time nor space offer obstacles. The thaumaturgist, thoroughly skilled in occult science, can cause himself, that is, his physical body, to seem to disappear, or to apparently take on any shape that he may choose. He may make his astral form visible, or he may give it protean appearances. In both cases these results will be achieved by a mesmeric hallucination of the senses of all witnesses, simultaneously brought on. This hallucination is so perfect that the subject of it would stake his life that he saw a vol. 2, page 589. A summary of the principles of magic. Reality, when it is but a picture in his own mind, impressed upon his consciousness by the irresistible will of the mesmerizer. But, while the astral form can go anywhere, penetrate any obstacle, and be seen at any distance from the physical body, the latter is dependent upon ordinary methods of transportation. It may be levitated under prescribed magnetic conditions, but not pass from one locality to another except in the usual way. Hence we discredit all stories of the aerial flight of mediums in body, for such would be miracle, and miracle we repudiate. Inert matter may be, in certain cases and under certain conditions, disintegrated, passed through walls, and recombined, but living animal organisms cannot. Swedenborgians believe and arcane science teaches that the abandonment of the living body by the soul frequently occurs, and that we encounter every day, in every condition of life, such living corpses. Various causes, among them overpowering fright, grief, despair, a violent attack of sickness, or excessive sensuality may bring this about. The vacant carcass may be entered and inhabited by the astral form of an adept sorcerer, or an elementary, an earthbound disembodied human soul, or, very rarely, an elemental. Of course, an adept of white magic has the same power, but unless some very exceptional and great object is to be accomplished, he will never consent to pollute himself by occupying the body of an impure person. In insanity, the patient's astral being is either semi-paralyzed, bewildered, and subject to the influence of every passing spirit of any sort, or it has departed forever, and the body is taken possession of by some vampirish entity near its own disintegration, and clinging desperately to earth, whose sensual pleasures it may enjoy for a brief season longer by this expedient. 10th. The cornerstone of magic is an intimate practical knowledge of magnetism and electricity, their qualities, correlations, and potencies. Especially necessary is a familiarity with their effects in and upon the animal kingdom and man. There are occult properties in many other minerals, equally strange with that in the lodestone, which all practitioners of magic must know, and of which so-called exact science is wholly ignorant. Plants also have like mystical properties in a most wonderful degree, and the secrets of the herbs of dreams and enchantments are only lost to European science, and useless to say, too, are unknown to it, except in a few marked instances, such as opium and hashish. Yet, the psychical effects of even these few upon the human system are regarded as evidences of a temporary mental disorder. The women of Thessaly and Epirus, the female hierophants of the rites of Sabazius, did not carry their secrets away with the downfall of their Sank Vol. 2, page 590 ISIS Unveiled. Tuaris. They are still preserved, and those who are aware of the nature of soma, know the properties of other plants as well. To sum up all in a few words, magic is spiritual wisdom, nature, the material ally, pupil and servant of the magician. One common vital principle pervades all things, and this is controllable by the perfected human will. The adept can stimulate the movements of the natural forces in plants and animals in a preternatural degree. Such experiments are not obstructions of nature, but quickenings. The conditions of intenser vital action are given. The adept can control the sensations and alter the conditions of the physical and astral bodies of other persons not adepts. He can also govern and employ, as he chooses, the spirits of the elements. He cannot control the immortal spirit of any human being, living or dead, for all such spirits are alike sparks of the divine essence, and not subject to any foreign domination. There are two kinds of seership, that of the soul and that of the spirit. The seership of the ancient Pythoness, or of the modern mesmerized subject, vary but in the artificial modes adopted to induce the state of clairvoyance. But, as the visions of both depend upon the greater or less acuteness of the senses of the astral body, they differ very widely from the perfect, omniscient spiritual state, for, at best, the subject can get but glimpses of truth, through the veil which physical nature interposes. The astral principle, or mind, called by the Hindu yogin Atma, is the sentient soul, inseparable from our physical brain, which it holds in subjection, and is in its turn equally trammeled by it. This is the ego, the intellectual life principle of man, his conscious entity. While it is yet within the material body, the clearness and correctness of its spiritual visions depend on its more or less intimate relation with its higher principle. When this relation is such as to allow the most ethereal portions of the soul essence to act independently of its grosser particles and of the brain, it can unerringly comprehend what it sees, then only is it the pure, rational, 10% soul. That state is known in India as the Samadhi. It is the highest condition of spirituality possible to man on earth. Fakirs try to obtain such a condition by holding their breath for hours together during their religious exercises, and call this practice Dhamsadhana. The Hindu terms pranayama, pratyahara, and dharana, all relate to different psychological states, and show how much more the Sanskrit, and even the modern Hindu language are adapted to the clear elucidation of the phenomena that are encountered by those who study this branch of psychological science, than the tongues of modern peoples, whose experiences have not yet necessitated the invention of such descriptive terms. Volume 2, page 591. True seership compared with clairvoyance. When the body is in the state of dharana, a total catalepsy of the physical frame, the soul of the clairvoyant may liberate itself, and perceive things subjectively. And yet, as the sentient principle of the brain is alive and active, these pictures of the past, present, and future will be tinctured with the terrestrial perceptions of the objective world. The physical memory and fancy will be in the way of clear vision. But the seer adept knows how to suspend the mechanical action of the brain. His visions will be as clear as truth itself, uncolored and undistorted, whereas, the clairvoyant, unable to control the vibrations of the astral waves, will perceive but more or less broken images through the medium of the brain. The seer can never take flickering shadows for realities, for his memory being as completely subjected to his will as the rest of the body, he receives impressions directly from his spirit. Between his subjective and objective selves there are no obstructive mediums. This is the real spiritual seership, in which, according to an expression of Plato, soul is raised above all inferior good. When we reach that which is supreme, which is simple, pure, and unchangeable, without form, color, or human qualities, the God our nous. This is the state which such seers as Plotinus and Apollonius termed the union to the deity, which the ancient yogins called Isvara * and the modern call Samadhi, but this state is as far above modern clairvoyance as the stars above glowworms. Plotinus, as is well known, was a clairvoyant seer during his whole and daily life, and yet, he had been united to his God but 6 times during the 66 years of his existence, as he himself confessed to Porphyry. Ammonius Saccas, the god taught, asserts that the only power which is directly opposed to soothsaying and looking into futurity is memory, and Olympiodorus calls it fantasy. The fantasy, he says, in Platonist Phod, is an impediment to our intellectual conceptions, and hence, when we are agitated by the inspiring influence of the divinity, if the fantasy intervenes, the enthusiastic energy ceases, for enthusiasm and the ecstasy are contrary to each other. Should it be asked whether the soul is able to energize without the fantasy, we reply, that its perception of universals proves that it is able. It has per footnote, s. Asterisk in its general sense, Isvara means Lord, but the Isvara of the mystic philosophers of India was understood precisely as the union and communion of men with the deity of the Greek mystics. Isvara Parasata means, literally, in Sanskrit, grace. Both of the Mimamsas, treating of the most abstruse questions, explain karma as merit, or the efficacy of works, Isvara Parasata, as grace, and Sraddha, as faith. The Mimamsas are the work of the 2 most celebrated theologians of India. The Purvamimamsa was written by the philosopher Jaimini, and the Uttaramimamsa, or Vedanta, by Richnadvipana Vyasa, who collected the 4 Vedas together. See Sir William Jones, Colebrook, and others. Volume 2, page 592 ISIS Unveiled. Sept ions, therefore, independent of the fantasy, at the same time, however, the fantasy attends it in its energies, just as a storm pursues him who sails on the sea. A medium, moreover, needs either a foreign intelligence, whether it be spirit or living mesmerizer, to overpower his physical and mental parts, or some factitious means to induce trance. An adept, and even a simple fakir, requires but a few minutes of self-contemplation. The brazen columns of Solomon's temple, the golden bells and pomegranates of Aaron, the Jupiter Capitolinus of Augustus, hung around with harmonious bells, and the brazen bowls of the mysteries when the Korah was called, were all intended for such artificial help. So were the brazen bowls of Solomon hung round with a double row of 200 pomegranates, which served as clappers within the hollow columns. The priestesses of northern Germany, under the guidance of hierophants, could never prophesy but amidst the roar of the tumultuous waters. Regarding fixedly the eddies formed on the rapid course of the river, they hypnotized themselves. So we read of Joseph, Jacob's son, who sought for divine inspiration with his silver divining cup, which must have had a very bright bottom to it. The priestesses of Dodona placed themselves under the ancient oak of Zeus, the Pelasgian, not the Olympian god, and listened intently to the rustling of the sacred leaves, while others concentrated their attention on the soft murmur of the cold spring gushing from underneath its roots. But the adept has no need of any such extraneous aids. The simple exertion of his power is all sufficient. The Atharvaveda teaches that the exercise of such will power is the highest form of prayer and its instantaneous response. To desire is to realize in proportion to the intensity of the aspiration, and that, in its turn, is measured by inward purity. Some of these nobler Vedantic precepts on the soul and man's mystic powers, have recently been contributed to an English periodical by a Hindu scholar. The Sankhya, he writes, inculcates that the soul, i.e., astral body, has the following powers: shrinking into a minute bulk to which everything is pervious, enlarging to a gigantic body, assuming levity, rising along a sunbeam to the solar orb, possessing an unlimited reach of organs, as touching the moon with the tip of a finger, irresistible will, for instance, sinking into the earth as easily as in water, dominion over all things, animate or inanimate, faculty of changing the course of nature, ability to accomplish every desire. Further, he gives their various appellations, footnote, s. Suetonius, August. Plutarch. Pliny, XXX, pp. 2, 14. Servius ad. Ian, p. 71. Volume 2, page 593. The Psychology of the Areas. The powers are called, 1. Anima/2, Mahima, 3. Lagima, 4. Garima, 5. Prapti, 6. Prakamya, 7. Vasitve, 8. Isitve, or divine power. The fifth, predicting future events, understanding unknown languages, curing diseases, divining unexpressed thoughts, understanding the language of the heart. The sixth is the power of converting old age into youth. The seventh is the power of mesmerizing human beings and beasts, and making them obedient. It is the power of restraining passions and emotions. The eighth power is the spiritual state, and presupposes the absence of the above 7 powers, as in this state the yogi is full of God. No writings, he adds, revealed or sacred, were allowed to be so authoritative and final as the teaching of the soul. Some of the rishis appear to have laid the greatest stress on this supersensuous source of knowledge. Asterisk. From the remotest antiquity, mankind as a whole have always been convinced of the existence of a personal spiritual entity within the personal physical man. This inner entity was more or less divine, according to its proximity to the crown Christos. The closer the union, the more serene man's destiny, the less dangerous the external conditions. This belief is neither bigotry nor superstition, only an ever-present, instinctive feeling of the proximity of another spiritual and invisible world, which, though it be subjective to the senses of the outward man, is perfectly objective to the inner ego. Furthermore, they believe that there are external and internal conditions which affect the determination of our will upon our actions. They rejected fatalism, for fatalism implies a blind course of some still blinder power. But they believed in destiny, which from birth to death every man is weaving thread by thread around himself, as a spider does his cobweb, and this destiny is guided either by that presence termed by some the guardian angel, or our more intimate astral inner man, who is but too often the evil genius of the man of flesh. Both these lead on the outward man, but one of them must prevail, and from the very beginning of the invisible affray the stern and implacable law of compensation steps in and takes its course, following faithfully the fluctuations. When the last strand is woven, and man is seemingly enwrapped in the network of his own doing, then he finds himself completely under the empire of this self-made destiny. It then either fixes him like the inert shell against the immovable rock, or like a feather carries him away in a whirlwind raised by his own actions. The greatest philosophers of antiquity found it neither unreasonable. Footnote s. Piri Chand Mitra, The Psychology of the Areas, Human Nature, 4 March, 1877. Volume 2, page 594. ISIS Unveiled. Nor strange that souls should come to souls, and impart to them conceptions of future things, occasionally by letters, or by a mere touch, or by a glance reveal to them past events or announce future ones, as Ammonius tells us. Moreover, Lamprias and others held that if the unembodied spirits or souls could descend on earth and become guardians of mortal men, we should not seek to deprive those souls which are still in the body of that power by which the former know future events and are able to announce them. It is not probable, adds Lamprias, that the soul gains a new power of prophecy after separation from the body, and which before it did not possess. We may rather conclude that it possessed all these powers during its union with the body, although in a lesser perfection. For as the sun does not shine only when it passes from among the clouds, but has always been radiant and has only appeared dim and obscured by vapors, the soul does not only receive the power of looking into futurity when it passes from the body as from a cloud, but has possessed it always, though dimmed by connection with the earthly. A familiar example of one phase of the power of the soul or astral body to manifest itself, is the phenomenon of the so-called spirit hand. In the presence of certain mediums, these seemingly detached members will gradually develop from a luminous nebula, pick up a pencil, write messages, and then dissolve before the eyes of the witnesses. Many such cases are recorded by perfectly competent and trustworthy persons. These phenomena are real, and require serious consideration. But false phantom hands have sometimes been taken for the genuine. At Dresden we once saw a hand and arm, made for the purpose of deception, with an ingenious arrangement of springs that would cause the machine to imitate to perfection the movements of the natural member, while exteriorly it would require close inspection to detect its artificial character. In using this, the dishonest medium slips his natural arm out of his sleeve, and replaces it with the mechanical substitute. Both hands may then be made to seem resting upon the table, while in fact one is touching the sitters, showing itself, knocking the furniture, and making other phenomena. The mediums for real manifestations are least able, as a rule, to comprehend or explain them. Among those who have written most intelligently upon the subject of these luminous hands, may be reckoned Drive. Francis Gary Fairfield, author of 10 Years Among the Mediums, an article from whose pen appears in the library table for July 19, 1877. A medium himself, he is yet a strong opponent of the spiritualistic theory. Discussing the subject of the phantom hand, he testifies that this the writer has personally witnessed, under conditions of test provided by himself, in his own room, in full daylight, with the medium seated upon a vol. 2. Page 595. Philosophy of the Spirit Land sofa from 6 to 8 feet from the table hovering upon which the apparition, the hand, appeared. The application of the poles of a horseshoe magnet to the hand caused it to waver perceptibly, and threw the medium into violent convulsions, pretty positive evidence that the force concerned in the phenomenon was generated in his own nervous system. Dr. Fairfield's deduction that the fluttering phantom hand is an emanation from the medium is logical, and it is correct. The test of the horseshoe magnet proves in a scientific way what every Kabbalist would affirm upon the authority of experience, no less than philosophy. The force concerned in the phenomenon is the will of the medium, exercised unconsciously to the outer man, which for the time is semi-paralyzed and cataleptic, the phantom hand an extrusion of the man's inner or astral member. This is that real self whose limbs the surgeon cannot amputate, but remain behind after the outer casing is cut off, and, all theories of exposed or compressed nerve termini to the contrary, notwithstanding, have all the sensations the physical parts formerly experienced. This is that spiritual, astral, body which is raised in incorruption. It is useless to argue that these are spirit hands, for, admitting even that at every séance human spirits of many kinds are attracted to the medium, and that they do guide and produce some manifestations, yet to make hands or faces objective they are compelled to use either the astral limbs of the medium, or the materials furnished them by the elementals, or yet the combined oral emanations of all persons present. Pure spirits will not and cannot show themselves objectively, those that do are not pure spirits, but elementary and impure. Woe to the medium who falls a prey to such. The same principle involved in the unconscious extrusion of a phantom limb by the cataleptic medium, applies to the projection of his entire double or astral body. This may be withdrawn by the will of the medium's own inner self, without his retaining in his physical brain any recollection of such an intent. That is one phase of man's dual capacity. It may also be effected by elementary and elemental spirits, to whom he may stand in the relation of mesmeric subject. Dr. Fairfield is right in one position taken in his book, viz., mediums are usually diseased, and in many if not most cases the children or near connections of mediums. But he is wholly wrong in attributing all psychical phenomena to morbid physiological conditions. The adepts of Eastern magic are uniformly in perfect mental and bodily health, and in fact the voluntary and independent production of phenomena is impossible to any others. We have known many, and never a sick man among them. The adept retains perfect consciousness, shows no change of bodily temperature, or other sign of morbidity, requires no conditions, but will do his feats any vol. 2. Page 596 ISIS Unveiled. Where and everywhere, and instead of being passive and in subjection to a foreign influence, rules the forces with iron will. but we have elsewhere shown that the medium and the adept are as opposed as the poles. We will only add here that the body, soul, and spirit of the adept are all conscious and working in harmony, and the body of the medium is an inert clod, and even his soul may be away in a dream while its habitation is occupied by another. An adept can not only project and make visible a hand, a foot, or any other portion of his body, but the whole of it. We have seen one do this, in full day, while his hands and feet were being held by a skeptical friend whom he wished to surprise. Little by little the whole astral body oozed out like a vapory cloud, until before us stood two forms, of which the second was an exact duplicate of the first, only slightly more shadowy. The medium need not exercise any will power. It suffices that she or he shall know what is expected by the investigators. The medium's spiritual entity, when not obsessed by other spirits, will act outside the will or consciousness of the physical being, as surely as it acts when within the body. During a fit of somnambulism, its perceptions, external and internal, will be acuter and far more developed, precisely as they are in the sleepwalker. And this is why the materialized form sometimes knows more than the medium, for the intellectual perception of the astral entity is proportionately as much higher than the corporeal intelligence of the medium in its normal state, as the spirit entity is finer than itself. Generally the medium will be found cold, the pulse will have visibly changed, and a state of nervous prostration succeeds the phenomena, bunglingly and without discrimination attributed to disembodied spirits, whereas, but 1/3 of them may be produced by the latter, another third by elementals, and the rest by the astral double of the medium himself. Footnote, S. The Boulogne, France, correspondent of an English journal says that he knows of a gentleman who has had an arm amputated at the shoulder, who is certain that he has a spiritual arm, which he sees and actually feels with his other hand. He can touch anything, and even pull up things with the spiritual or phantom arm and hand. The party knows nothing of spiritualism. We give this as we get it, without verification, but it merely corroborates what we have seen in the case of an Eastern adept. This eminent scholar and practical Kabbalist can at will project his astral arm, and with the hand take up, move, and carry objects, even at a considerable distance from where he may be sitting or standing. We have often seen him thus minister to the wants of a favorite elephant. Answer to a question at the National Association of Spiritualists, May 14, 1877. Volume 2, page 597. The Flight of the Astral Body. But, while it is our firm belief that most of the physical manifestations, i.e., those which neither need nor show intelligence nor great discrimination, are produced mechanically by the synleka, double of the medium, as a person in sound sleep will when apparently awake do things of which he will retain no remembrance. The purely subjective phenomena are but in a very small proportion of cases due to the action of the personal astral body. They are mostly, and according to the moral, intellectual, and physical purity of the medium, the work of either the elementary, or sometimes very pure human spirits. Elementals have naught to do with subjective manifestations. In rare cases it is the divine spirit of the medium himself that guides and produces them. As Babu Piri Chand Mitra says, in a letter to the President of the National Association of Spiritualists, Mr. Alexander Calder, a spirit is an essence or power, and has no form. The very idea of form implies materialism. The spirit's astral souls, we should say, can assume forms for a time, but form is not their permanent state. The more material is our soul, the more material is our conception of spirits. Epimenides, the Orphikos, was renowned for his sacred and marvelous nature, and for the faculty his soul possessed of quitting its body as long and as often as it pleased. The ancient philosophers who have testified to this ability may be reckoned by dozens. Apollonius left his body at a moment's notice, but it must be remembered Apollonius was an adept magician. Had he been simply a medium, he could not have performed such feats at will. Empedocles of Agrigentum, the Pythagorean thaumaturgist, required no conditions to arrest a waterspout which had broken over the city. Neither did he need any to recall a woman to life, as he did. Apollonius used no darkened room in which to perform his acrobatic feats. Vanishing suddenly in the air before the eyes of Domitian and a whole crowd of witnesses, many thousands, he appeared an hour after in the grotto of Puteoli. But investigation would have shown that his physical body having become invisible by the concentration of acacia about it, he could walk off unperceived to some secure retreat in the neighborhood, and an hour after his astral form appear at Puteoli to his friends, and seem to be the man himself. No more did Simon Magus wait to be entranced to fly off in the air before the apostles and crowds of witnesses. It requires no conjuration and ceremonies, circle making and incensing are mere nonsense and juggling, says Paracelsus. The human spirit is so great a thing that no man can express it, as God himself is eternal and unchangeable, so also footnote, s. * Buddhists' opinions of the spiritual states. See the London Spiritualist, May 25, 1877, p. 246. Volume 2, page 598 ISIS Unveiled. Is the mind of man. If we rightly understood its powers, nothing would be impossible to us on earth. The imagination is strengthened and developed through faith in our will. Faith must confirm the imagination, for faith establishes the will. A singular account of the personal interview of an English ambassador in 1783, with a reincarnated Buddha barely mentioned in Volume I. An infant of 18 months old at that time, is given in the Asiatic Journal from the narrative of an eyewitness himself, Mr. Turner, the author of The Embassy to Thibet. The cautious phraseology of a skeptic dreading public ridicule ill conceals the amazement of the witness, who, at the same time, desires to give facts as truthfully as possible. The infant Lama received the ambassador and his suite with a dignity and decorum so natural and unconstrained that they remained in a perfect maze of wonder. The behavior of this infant, says the author, was that of an old philosopher, grave and sedate and exceedingly courteous. He contrived to make the young pontiff understand the inconsolable grief into which the Governor-General of Galagata, Calcutta, the city of palaces and the people of India were plunged when he died, and the general rapture when they found that he had resurrected in a young and fresh body again, at which compliment the young Lama regarded him and his suite with looks of singular complacency, and courteously treated them to confectionery from a golden cup. The ambassador continued to express the Governor-General's hope that the Lama might long continue to illumine the world with his presence, and that the friendship which had heretofore subsisted between them might be yet more strongly cemented, for the benefit and advantage of the intelligent votaries of the Lama. All which made the little creature look steadfastly at the speaker, and graciously bow and nod as if he understood and approved of every word that was uttered. As if he understood. If the infant behaved in the most natural and dignified way during the reception, and when their cups were empty of tea became uneasy and throwing back his head and contracting the skin of his brow, continued making a noise till they were filled again, why could he not understand as well what was said to him? Years ago, a small party of travelers were painfully journeying from Kashmir to Leh, a city of Ladakh, central Tibet. Among our guides we had a Tartar shaman, a very mysterious personage, who spoke Russian a little and English not at all, and yet who managed, nevertheless, to converse with us, and proved of great service. Having learned that some of our party were Russians, he had imagined that our protect footnote, s. See Coleman's Hindu Mythology. Volume 2, page 599 An Adventure with Tibetan Bhikshu. Shen was all-powerful, and might enable him to safely find his way back to his Siberian home, from which, for reasons unknown, some 20 years before, he had fled, as he told us, via Kyakhta and the Great Gobi Desert, to the land of the Chagars * with such an interested object in view, we believed ourselves safe under his guard. To explain the situation briefly, our companions had formed the unwise plan of penetrating into Tibet under various disguises, none of them speaking the language, although one, Mr. K. had picked up some Kazan tartar, and thought he did. As we mention this only incidentally, we may as well say at once that two of them, the brothers N, were very politely brought back to the frontier before they had walked 16 miles into the weird land of Eastern Bod. And Mr. K, an ex-Lutheran minister, could not even attempt to leave his miserable village near Leh, as from the first days he found himself prostrated with fever, and had to return to Lahore via Kashmir. But one sight seen by him was as good as if he had witnessed the reincarnation of Buddha itself. Having heard of this miracle from some old Russian missionary in whom he thought he could have more faith than in Abbe Hugh, it had been for years his desire to expose the great heathen jugglery, as he expressed it. K was a positivist, and rather prided himself on this anti-philosophical neologism. But his positivism was doomed to receive a death blow. About 4 days' journey from Islamabad, at an insignificant mud village, whose only redeeming feature was its magnificent lake, we stopped for a few days' rest. Our companions had temporarily separated from us, and the village was to be our place of meeting. It was there that we were apprised by our shaman that a large party of Lamaik saints, on pilgrimage to various shrines, had taken up their abode in an old cave temple and established a temporary vihara therein. He added that, as the 3 honorable ones were said to travel along with them, the holy bhikshu, monks, were capable of producing the greatest miracles. Mr. K, fired with the prospect of exposing this humbug of the ages, proceeded at once to pay them a visit, and from that moment the most friendly relations were established between the two camps. The vihar was in a secluded and most romantic spot secured against all intrusion. Despite the effusive attentions, presents, and protestations of Mr. K, the chief, who was Pasebuddha, an ascetic of great footnote, s. Russian subjects are not allowed to cross the Tartar territory, neither the subjects of the Emperor of China to go to the Russian factories. These are the representatives of the Buddhist Trinity, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, or Lo, La, and Sen, as they are called in Tibet. Volume 2, page 600 ISIS Unveiled. Sanctity, declined to exhibit the phenomenon of the incarnation until a certain talisman in possession of the writer was exhibited. Upon seeing this, however, preparations were at once made, and an infant of 3 or 4 months was procured from its mother, a poor woman of the neighborhood. An oath was first of all exacted of Mr. K, that he would not divulge what he might see or hear, for the space of 7 years. The talisman is a simple agate or carnelian known among the Tibetans and others as Au, and naturally possessed, or had been endowed with very mysterious properties. It has a triangle engraved upon it, within which are contained a few mystical words. Several days passed before everything was ready, nothing of a mysterious character occurring, meanwhile, except that, at the bidding of a bhikshu, ghastly faces were made to peep at us out of the glassy bosom of the lake, as we sat at the door of the vihar, upon its bank. One of these was the countenance of Mr. K.'s sister, whom he had left well and happy at home, but who, as we subsequently learned, had died. Some footnote, s. ** A bhikshu is not allowed to accept anything directly even from laymen of his own people, least of all from a foreigner. The slightest contact with the body and even dress of a person not belonging to their special community is carefully avoided. Thus even the offerings brought by us, and which comprised pieces of red and yellow polu, a sort of woolen fabric the lamas generally wear, had to pass through strange ceremonies. They are forbidden, 1. To ask or beg for anything even were they starving, having to wait until it is voluntarily offered, 2. To touch either gold or silver with their hands, 3. To eat a morsel of food, even when presented, unless the donor distinctly says to the disciple, "This is for your master to eat." Thereupon, the disciple turning to the Pazan has to offer the food in his turn, and when he has said, "Master, this is allowed, take and eat," then only can the Lama take it with the right hand, and partake of it. All our offerings had to pass through such purifications. When the silver pieces, and a few handfuls of annas, a coin equal to 4 cents, were at different occasions offered to the community, a disciple first wrapped his hand in a yellow handkerchief, and receiving it on his palm, conveyed the sum immediately into the badir, called elsewhere sabate, a sacred basin. Generally wooden, kept for offerings. These stones are highly venerated among Lamaists and Buddhists. The throne and scepter of Buddha are ornamented with them, and the Dalai Lama wears one on the fourth finger of the right hand. They are found in the Altai Mountains, and near the river Yarka. Our talisman was a gift from the venerable high priest, a Hilao, of a Kalmuk tribe. Though treated as apostates from their primitive Lamaism, these nomads maintain friendly intercourse with their brother Kalmuks, the Chakhots of eastern Tibet and Kokanor, but even with the Lamaists of Lhasa. The ecclesiastical authorities, however, will have no relations with them. We have had abundant opportunities to become acquainted with this interesting people of the Astrakhan steppes, having lived in their kibitkas in our early years, and partaken of the lavish hospitality of the Prince Tumin, their late chief, and his princess. In their religious ceremonies, the Kalmuks employ trumpets made from the thigh and arm bones of deceased rulers and high priests. Volume 2, page 601. An adept's soul in an infant body. Time before he had set out on the present journey. The sight affected him at first, but he called his skepticism to his aid, and quieted himself with theories of cloud shadows, reflections of tree branches, etc., such as people of his kind fall back upon. On the appointed afternoon, the baby being brought to the vihara, was left in the vestibule or reception room, as K could go no further into the temporary sanctuary. The child was then placed on a bit of carpet in the middle of the floor, and everyone not belonging to the party being sent away, 2 mendicants were placed at the entrance to keep out intruders. Then all the lamas seated themselves on the floor, with their backs against the granite walls, so that each was separated from the child by a space, at least, of 10 feet. The chief, having had a square piece of leather spread for him by the desservant, seated himself at the farthest corner. Alone, Mr. K placed himself close by the infant, and watched every movement with intense interest. The only condition exacted of us was that we should preserve a strict silence, and patiently await further developments. A bright sunlight streamed through the open door. Gradually the superior fell into what seemed a state of profound meditation, while the others, after a sotto voce short invocation, became suddenly silent, and looked as if they had been completely petrified. It was oppressively still, and the crowing of the child was the only sound to be heard. After we had sat there a few moments, the movements of the infant's limbs suddenly ceased, and his body appeared to become rigid. K watched intently every motion, and both of us, by a rapid glance, became satisfied that all present were sitting motionless. The superior, with his gaze fixed upon the ground, did not even look at the infant, but, pale and motionless, he seemed rather like a bronze statue of a talapoin in meditation than a living being. Suddenly, to our great consternation, we saw the child, not raise itself, but, as it were, violently jerked into a sitting posture. A few more jerks, and then, like an automaton set in motion by concealed wires, the 4 months baby stood upon his feet. Fancy our consternation, and, in Mr. K's case, horror. Not a hand had been outstretched, not a motion made, nor a word spoken, and yet, here was a baby in arms standing erect and firm as a man. The rest of the story we will quote from a copy of notes written on this subject by Mr. K, the same evening, and given to us, in case it should not reach its place of destination, or the writer fail to see anything more. After a minute or two of hesitation, writes K, the baby turned his head and looked at me with an expression of intelligence that was simply awful. It sent a chill through me. I pinched my hands and volume 2, page 602 ISIS Unveiled. Bit my lips till the blood almost came, to make sure that I did not dream. But this was only the beginning. The miraculous creature, making, as I fancied, 2 steps toward me, resumed his sitting posture, and, without removing his eyes from mine, repeated, sentence by sentence, in what I supposed to be Tibetan language, the very words, which I had been told in advance, are commonly spoken at the incarnations of Buddha, beginning with I am Buddha, I am the old Lama, I am his spirit in a new body, etc. I felt a real terror, my hair rose upon my head, and my blood ran cold. For my life I could not have spoken a word. There was no trickery here, no ventriloquism. The infant lips moved, and the eyes seemed to search my very soul with an expression that made me think it was the face of the Superior himself, his eyes, his very look that I was gazing upon. It was as if his spirit had entered the little body, and was looking at me through the transparent mask of the baby's face. I felt my brain growing dizzy. The infant reached toward me, and laid his little hand upon mine. I started as if I had been touched by a hot coal, and, unable to bear the scene any longer, covered my face with my hands. It was but for an instant, but when I removed them, the little actor had become a crowing baby again, and a moment after, lying upon his back, set up a fretful cry. The Superior had resumed his normal condition, and conversation ensued. It was only after a series of similar experiments, extending over 10 days, that I realized the fact that I had seen the incredible, astounding phenomenon described by certain travelers, but always by me denounced as an imposture. Among a multitude of questions unanswered, despite my cross-examination, the Superior let drop one piece of information, which must be regarded as highly significant. What would have happened, I inquired, through the shaman, if, while the infant was speaking, in a moment of insane fright, at the thought of its being the devil, I had killed it? He replied that, if the blow had not been instantly fatal, the child alone would have been killed. But, I continued, suppose that it had been as swift as a lightning flash. In such case, was the answer, you would have killed me also. In Japan and Siam there are 2 orders of priests, of which one are public, and deal with the people. The other strictly private. The latter are never seen, their existence is known but to very few natives, never to foreigners. Their powers are never displayed in public, nor ever at all except on rare occasions of the utmost importance, at which times the ceremonies are performed in subterranean or otherwise inaccessible temples, and in the presence of a chosen few whose heads answer for their secrecy. Among such occasions are deaths in the royal family, or those of high dignitaries affiliated with the order. One of the most Volume 2, page 603 withdrawing the astral soul from one's ashes. Weird and impressive exhibitions of the power of these magicians is that of the withdrawal of the astral soul from the cremated remains of human beings, a ceremony practiced likewise in some of the most important lamaseries of Tibet and Mongolia. In Siam, Japan, and Great Tartary, it is the custom to make medallions, statuettes, and idols out of the ashes of cremated persons, they are mixed with water into a paste, and after being molded into the desired shape, are baked and then gilded. The lamasery of Oyute, in the province of Chansi, Mongolia, is the most famous for that work, and rich persons send the bones of their defunct relatives to be ground and fashioned there. When the adept in magic proposes to facilitate the withdrawal of the astral soul of the deceased, which otherwise they think might remain stupefied for an indefinite period within the ashes, the following process is resorted to: the sacred dust is placed in a heap, upon a metallic plate, strongly magnetized, of the size of a man's body. The adept then slowly and gently fans it with the talapat nang, a fan of a peculiar shape and inscribed with certain signs, muttering, at the same time, a form of invocation. The ashes soon become, as it were, imbued with life, and gently spread themselves out into a thin layer which assumes the outline of the body before cremation. Then there gradually arises a sort of whitish vapor which after a time forms into an erect column, and, compacting itself, is finally transformed into the double, or ethereal, astral counterpart of the dead, which in its turn dissolves away into thin air, and disappears from mortal sight. The magicians of Kashmir, Tibet, Mongolia, and Great Tartary are too well known to need comments. If jugglers they be, we invite the most expert jugglers of Europe and America to match them if they can. If our scientists are unable to imitate the mummy embalming of the Egyptians, how much greater would be their surprise to see, as we have, dead bodies preserved by alchemical art, so that after the lapse of centuries, they seem as though the individuals were but sleeping. The complexions were as fresh, the skin as elastic, the eyes as natural and sparkling as though they were in the full flush of health, and the wheels of life had been stopped but the instant before. The bodies of certain very eminent personages are laid upon catafalques, in rich mausoleums. Footnote, S. The Buddhist Kalmucks of the Astrakhan steppes are accustomed to make their idols out of the cremated ashes of their princes and priests. A relative of the author has in her collection several small pyramids composed of the ashes of eminent Kalmucks and presented to her by the Prince Tumin himself in 1836. The sacred fan used by the chief priests instead of an umbrella. See Vol. I, p. 476. Volume 2, page 604 ISIS Unveiled. Sometimes overlaid with gilding or even with plates of real gold, their favorite arms, trinkets, and articles of daily use gathered about them, and a suite of attendants, blooming young boys and girls. But still corpses, preserved like their masters, stand as if ready to serve when called. In the convent of Great Kurin, and in one situated upon the holy mountain, Bodula, there are said to be several such sepulchres, which have been respected by all the conquering hordes that have swept through those countries. Abbe Hugh heard that such exist, but did not see one, strangers of all kinds being excluded, and missionaries and European travelers not furnished with the requisite protection, being the last of all persons who would be permitted to approach the sacred places. Hugh's statement that the tombs of Tartar sovereigns are surrounded with children who were compelled to swallow mercury until they were suffocated, by which means the color and freshness of the victims is preserved so well that they appear alive, is one of these idle missionary fables which impose only upon the most ignorant who accept on hearsay. Buddhists have never immolated victims, whether human or animal. It is utterly against the principles of their religion, and no Lamaist was ever accused of it. When a rich man desired to be interred in company, messengers were sent throughout the country with the Lama embalmers, and children just dead in the natural way were selected for the purpose. Poor parents were but too glad to preserve their departed children in this poetic way, instead of abandoning them to decay and wild beasts. At the time when Abbé Hugh was living in Paris, after his return from Tibet, he related, among other unpublished wonders, to a Mr. Arsenieff, a Russian gentleman, the following curious fact that he had witnessed during his long sojourn at the lamasery of Count Boom. One day while conversing with one of the lamas, the latter suddenly stopped speaking, and assumed the attentive attitude of one who is listening to a message being delivered to him, although he, Hugh, heard never a word. Then, "I must go," suddenly broke forth the Lama, as if in response to the message. "Go where?" inquired the astonished Lama of Jehovah, Hugh. "And with whom are you talking?" "To the lamasery of *****, was the quiet answer. "The Shabaron wants me, it was he who summoned me." Now this lamasery was many days' journey from that of Count Boom, in which the conversation was taking place. But what seemed to astonish Hugh the most was, that, instead of setting off on his journey, the Lama simply walked to a sort of cupola room on the roof of the house in which they lived, and another Lama, after exchanging a few words, Vol. 2, page 605 catching the spirit of sound, lowered them to the terrace by means of the ladder, and passing between them, locked and barred his companion in. Then turning to Hugh after a few seconds of meditation, he smiled and informed the guest that he had gone. "But how could he?" "Why, you have locked him in, and the room has no issue," insisted the missionary. "And what good would a door be to him?" answered the custodian. "It is he himself who went away, his body is not needed, and so he left it in my charge. Notwithstanding the wonders which Hugh had witnessed during his perilous journey, his opinion was that both of the lamas had mystified him. But 3 days later, not having seen his habitual friend and entertainer, he inquired after him, and was informed that he would be back in the evening. At sunset, and just as the other lamas were preparing to retire, Hugh heard his absent friend's voice calling as if from the clouds, to his companion to open the door for him. Looking upward, he perceived the traveller's outline behind the lattice of the room where he had been locked in. When he descended he went straight to the Grand Lama of Kaunbum, and delivered to him certain messages and orders, from the place which he pretended he had just left. Hugh could get no more information from him as to his aerial voyage. But he always thought, he said, that this farce had something to do with the immediate and extraordinary preparations for the polite expulsion of both the missionaries, himself and Father Gabet, to Kogurtan, a place belonging to the Kaunbum. The suspicion of the daring missionary may have been correct, in view of his impudent inquisitiveness and indiscretion. If the abbé had been versed in Eastern philosophy, he would have found no great difficulty in comprehending both the flight of the lama's astral body to the distant lamasery while his physical frame remained behind, or the carrying on of a conversation with the Shabaran that was inaudible to himself. The recent experiments with the telephone in America, to which allusion was made in Chapter V of our first volume, but which have been greatly perfected since those pages went to press, prove that the human voice and the sounds of instrumental music may be conveyed along a telegraphic wire to a great distance. The Hermetic philosophers taught, as we have seen, that the disappearance from sight of a flame does not imply its actual extinction. It has only passed from the visible to the invisible world, and may be perceived by the inner sense of vision, which is adapted to the things of that other and more real universe. The same rule applies to sound. As the physical ear discerns the vibrations of the atmosphere up to a certain point, not yet Volume 2, page 606 ISIS Unveiled. Definitely fixed, but varying with the individual, so the adept whose interior hearing has been developed, can take the sound at this vanishing point, and hear its vibrations in the astral light indefinitely. He needs no wires, helices, or sounding boards, his willpower is all sufficient. Hearing with the spirit, time, and distance offer no impediments, and so he may converse with another adept at the antipodes with as great ease as though they were in the same room. Fortunately, we can produce numerous witnesses to corroborate our statement, who, without being adepts at all, have, nevertheless, heard the sound of aerial music and of the human voice, when neither instrument nor speaker were within thousands of miles of the place where we sat. In their case they actually heard interiorly, though they supposed their physical organs of hearing alone were employed. The adept had, by a simple effort of willpower, given them for the brief moment the same perception of the spirit of sound as he himself constantly enjoys. If our men of science could only be induced to test instead of deriding the ancient philosophy of the trinity of all the natural forces, they would go by leaps toward the dazzling truth, instead of creeping, snail-like, as at present. Professor Tyndall's experiments off the South Foreland, at Dover, in 1875, fairly upset all previous theories of the transmission of sound, and those he has made with sensitive flames * bring him to the very threshold of arcane science. One step further, and he would comprehend how adepts can converse at great distances. But that step will not be taken. Of his sensitive in truth, magical flame, he says, the slightest tap on a distant anvil causes it to fall to 7 inches. When a bunch of keys is shaken, the flame is violently agitated, and emits a loud roar. The dropping of a sixpence into a hand already containing coin, knocks the flame down. The creaking of boots sets it in violent commotion. The crumpling or tearing of a bit of paper, or the rustle of a silk dress does the same. Responsive to every tick of a watch held near it, it falls and explodes. The winding up of a watch produces tumult. From a distance of 30 yards we may chirrup to this flame, and cause it to fall and roar. Repeating a passage from the Fairy Queen, the flame sifts and selects the manifold sounds of my voice, noticing some by a slight nod, others by a deeper bow, while to others it responds by violent agitation. Such are the wonders of modern physical science, but at what cost of apparatus, and carbonic acid and coal gas, of American and Canadian whistles, trumpets, gongs, and bells. The poor heathen have none such impedimenta, but will European science believe it nevertheless? Footnote S. * see his lectures on sound. Vol. 2, page 607. The sensitive flame of the Bixio produce the very same phenomena. Upon one occasion, when, in a case of exceptional importance, an oracle was required, we saw the possibility of what we had previously vehemently denied, namely, a simple mendicant cause a sensitive flame to give responsive flashes without a particle of apparatus. A fire was kindled of branches of the betel tree, and some sacrificial herbs were sprinkled upon it. The mendicant sat nearby, motionless, absorbed in contemplation. During the intervals between the questions the fire burned low and seemed ready to go out, but when the interrogatories were propounded, the flames leaped, roaring, skyward, flickered, bowed, and sent fiery tongues flaring toward the east, west, north, or south, each motion having its distinct meaning in a code of signals. Well understood. Between whiles it would sink to the ground, and the tongues of flame would lick the sod in every direction, and suddenly disappear, leaving only a bed of glowing embers. When the interview with the flame spirits was at an end, the bhikshu, mendicant, turned toward the jungle where he abode, keeping up a wailing, monotonous chant, to the rhythm of which the sensitive flame kept time, not merely like Prof. Tyndall's, when he read the Fairy Queen, by simple motions, but by a marvelous modulation of hissing and roaring until he was out of sight. Then, as if its very life were extinguished, it vanished and left a bed of ashes before the astonished spectators. Both in Western and Eastern Tibet, as in every other place where Buddhism predominates, there are two distinct religions, the same as it is in Brahmanism the secret philosophy and the popular religion. The former is that of the followers of the doctrine of the sect of the Sutrantika *. They closely adhere to the spirit of Buddha's original teachings, which show the necessity of intuitional perception, and all deductions therefrom. These do not proclaim their views, nor allow them to be made public. All compounds are perishable, were the last words uttered by the lips of the dying Gautama, when preparing under the sal tree to enter into nirvana. Spirit is the soul, elementary and primordial unity, and each of its rays is immortal, infinite, and indestructible. Beware of the illusions of matter. Buddhism was spread far and wide over Asia, and even farther, by Dharmasoka. He was the grandson of the miracle worker Chandragupta, the illustrious king who rescued the Punjab from the Macedonians, if they ever were at Punjab at all, and received megas thence at his court in Pataliputra. Dharmasoka was the greatest king of the Maurya dynasty. From a reckless profligate and atheist, footnote S. * from the compound word sutra, maxim, or precept, and antika, close or near. Volume 2, page 608 ISIS Unveiled. He had become Priyadasi, the beloved of the gods, and never was the purity of his philanthropic views surpassed by any earthly ruler. His memory has lived for ages in the hearts of the Buddhists, and has been perpetuated in the humane edicts engraved in several popular dialects on the columns and rocks of Allahabad, Delhi, Gujarat, Peshawar, Orissa, and other places. His famous grandfather had united all India under his powerful scepter. When the Nagas, or serpent worshippers of Kashmir, had been converted through the efforts of the apostles sent out by the Stavaras of the Third Councils, the religion of Gautama spread like wildfire. Gandhara, Kabul, and even many of the satrapies of Alexander the Great, accepted the new philosophy. The Buddhism of Nepal being the one which may be said to have diverged less than any other from the primeval ancient faith, the Lamaism of Tartary, Mongolia, and Tibet, which is a direct offshoot of this country, may be thus shown to be the purest. Buddhism, for we say it again, Lamaism properly is but an external form of rites. The Upasakas and Upasakis, or male and female semi-monastics and semi-laymen, have equally with the Lama monks themselves, to strictly abstain from violating any of Buddha's rules, and must study Mippo and every psychological phenomenon as much. Those who become guilty of any of the 5 sins lose all right to congregate with the pious community. The most important of these is not to curse upon any consideration, for the curse returns upon the one that utters it, and often upon his innocent relatives who breathe the same atmosphere with him. To love each other, and even our bitterest enemies, to offer our lives even for animals, to the extent of abstaining from defensive arms, to gain the greatest of victories by conquering one's self, to avoid all vices, to practice all virtues, especially humility and mildness, to be obedient to superiors, to cherish and respect parents, old age, learning, virtuous and holy men, to provide food, shelter, and comfort for men and animals, to plant trees on the roads and dig wells for the comfort of travelers, such are the moral duties of Buddhists. Every Ani or Bhikshanai, nun, is subjected to these laws. Numerous are the Buddhist and Lama-ic saints who have been renowned for the unsurpassed sanctity of their lives and their miracles. So Tishu, the emperor's spiritual teacher, who consecrated Kublai Khan, the Nader Shah, was known far and wide as much for the extreme holiness of his life as for the many wonders he wrought. But footnote, s. Asterisk it sounds like injustice to Asoka to compare him with Constantine, as is done by several Orientalists. If, in the religious and political sense, Asoka did for India what Constantine is alleged to have achieved for the Western world, all similarity stops there. Volume 2, page 609 An Evocation of the Souls of Flowers. He did not stop at fruitless miracles, but did better than that. Tishu purified completely his religion, and from one single province of southern Mongolia is said to have forced Kublai to expel from convents 500,000 monkish impostors, who made a pretext of their profession, to live in vice and idleness. Then the Lamaists had their great reformer, the Shabaran Sunkapo, who is claimed to have been immaculately conceived by his mother, a virgin from Kokonor, 14th century, who is another wonder worker. The sacred tree of Kaunbum, the tree of the 10,000 images, which, in consequence of the degeneration of the true faith had ceased budding for several centuries, now shot forth new sprouts and bloomed more vigorously than ever from the hair of this avatar of Buddha, says the legend. The same tradition makes him, Sunkapo, ascend to heaven in 1419. Contrary to the prevailing idea, few of these saints are Kubilhans, or Shabaran's reincarnations. Many of the lamaseries contain schools of magic, but the most celebrated is the collegiate monastery of the Shutut, where there are over 30,000 monks attached to it, the lamassery forming quite a little city. Some of the female nuns possess marvelous psychological powers. We have met some of these women on their way from Lhasa to Kandy, the Rome of Buddhism, with its miraculous shrines and Gautama's relics. To avoid encounters with Musulmans and other sects they travel by night alone, unarmed, and without the least fear of wild animals, for these will not touch them. At the first glimpses of dawn, they take refuge in caves and viharas prepared for them by their co-religionists at calculated distances, for notwithstanding the fact that Buddhism has taken refuge in Ceylon, and nominally there are but few of the denomination in British India, yet the secret bihads, brotherhoods, and Buddhist viharas are numerous, and every Jain feels himself obliged to help, indiscriminately. Buddhist or Lamaist. Ever on the lookout for occult phenomena, hungering after sights, one of the most interesting that we have seen was produced by one of these poor traveling bhikshu. It was years ago, and at a time when all such manifestations were new to the writer. We were taken to visit the pilgrims by a Buddhist friend, a mystical gentleman born at Kashmir, of Kachi parents, but a Buddha Lamaist by conversion, and who generally resides at Lhasa. "Why carry about this bunch of dead plants?" inquired one of the Bhikshanai, an emaciated, tall and elderly woman, pointing to a large nosegay of beautiful, fresh and fragrant flowers in the writer's hands. "Dead?" we asked, inquiringly. "Why, they just have been gathered in the garden." And yet, they are dead, she gravely answered. To be born in Vol. 2, page 610 ISIS Unveiled. This world, is this not death? See, how these herbs look when alive in the world of eternal light, in the gardens of our blessed Fa. Without moving from the place where she was sitting on the ground, the Ani took a flower from the bunch, laid it in her lap, and began to draw together, by large handfuls as it were, invisible material from the surrounding atmosphere. Presently a very, very faint nodule of vapor was seen, and this slowly took shape and color, until, poised in mid-air, appeared a copy of the bloom we had given her. Faithful to the last tint and the last petal it was, and lying on its side like the original, but 1,000-fold more gorgeous in hue and exquisite in beauty, as the glorified human spirit is more beauteous than its physical capsule. Flower after flower to the minutest herb was thus reproduced and made to vanish, reappearing at our desire, nay, at our simple thought. Having selected a full-blown rose, we held it at arm's length, and in a few minutes our arm, hand, and the flower, perfect in every detail, appeared reflected in the vacant space, about 2 yards from where we sat. But while the flower seemed immeasurably beautified and as ethereal as the other spirit flowers, the arm and hand appeared like a mere reflection in a looking-glass, even to a large spot on the forearm, left on it by a piece of damp earth which had stuck to one of the roots. Later we learned the reason why. A great truth was uttered some 50 years ago by Dr. Francis Victor Broussais, when he said, "If magnetism were true, medicine would be an absurdity." Magnetism is true, and so we shall not contradict the learned Frenchman as to the rest. Magnetism, as we have shown, is the alphabet of magic. It is idle for anyone to attempt to understand either the theory or the practice of the latter until the fundamental principle of magnetic attractions and repulsions throughout nature is recognized. Many so-called popular superstitions are but evidences of an instinctive perception of this law. An untutored people are taught by the experience of many generations that certain phenomena occur under fixed conditions, they give these conditions and obtain the expected results. Ignorant of the laws, they explain the fact by supernaturalism, for experience has been their sole teacher. In India, as well as in Russia and some other countries, there is an instinctive repugnance to stepping across a man's shadow, especially if he have red hair, and in the former country, natives are extremely reluctant to shake hands with persons of another race. These are not idle fancies. Every person emits a magnetic exhalation or aura, and a man may be in perfect physical health, but at the same time his exhalation may have a morbific character for others, sensitive to such subtle influences. Dr. Esdale and other mesmerists long since taught us that Oriental PEO Volume 2, page 611. The magnetism of red-haired people, Pi, especially Hindus, are more susceptible than the white-skinned races. Baron Reichenbach's experiments and, in fact, the world's entire experience prove that these magnetic exhalations are most intense from the extremities. Therapeutic manipulations show this. Handshaking is, therefore, most calculated to communicate antipathetic magnetic conditions, and the Hindus do wisely in keeping their ancient superstition derived from Manu constantly in mind. The magnetism of a red-haired man, we have found, in almost every nation, is instinctively dreaded. We might quote proverbs from the Russian, Persian, Georgian, Hindustani, French, Turkish, and even German, to show that treachery and other vices are popularly supposed to accompany the rufous complexion. When a man stands exposed to the sun, the magnetism of that luminary causes his emanations to be projected toward the shadow, and the increased molecular action develops more electricity. Hence, an individual to whom he is antipathetic, though neither might be sensible of the fact, would act prudently in not passing through the shadow. Careful physicians wash their hands upon leaving each patient. Why, then, should they not be charged with superstition, as well as the Hindus? The sporules of disease are invisible, but no less real, as European experience demonstrates. Well, Oriental experience for 100 centuries has shown that the germs of moral contagion linger about localities, and impure magnetism can be communicated by the touch. Another prevalent belief in some parts of Russia, particularly Georgia, Caucasus, and in India, is that in case the body of a drowned person cannot be otherwise found, if a garment of his be thrown into the water it will float until directly over the spot, and then sink. We have even seen the experiment successfully tried with the sacred cord of a Brahmin. It floated hither and thither, circling about as though in search of something, until suddenly darting in a straight line for about 50 yards, it sank, and at that exact spot the divers brought up the body. We find this superstition even in America. A Pittsburgh paper, of very recent date, describes the finding of the body of a young boy, named Reed, in the Monongahela, by a like method. All other means having failed, it says, a curious superstition was employed. One of the boy's shirts was thrown into the river where he had gone down, and, it is said, floated on the surface for a time, and finally settled to the bottom at a certain place, which proved to be the resting place of the body, and which was then drawn out. The belief that the shirt of a drowned person when thrown into the water will follow the body is well spread, absurd as it appears. This phenomenon is explained by the law of the powerful attraction existing between the human body and objects that have been long worn. Volume 2 page 612 ISIS Unveiled. Upon it, the oldest garment is most effective for the experiment, a new one is useless. From time immemorial, in Russia, in the month of May, on Trinity Day, maidens from city and village have been in the habit of casting upon the river wreaths of green leaves which each girl has to form for herself and consulting their oracles. If the wreath sinks, it is a sign that the girl will die unmarried within a short time; if it floats, she will be married, the time depending upon the number of verses she can repeat during the experiment. We positively affirm that we have personal knowledge of several cases, 2 of them are intimate friends, where the augury of death proved true, and the girls died within 12 months. Tried on any other day than Trinity, the result would doubtless be the same. The sinking of the wreath is attributable to its being impregnated with the unhealthy magnetism of a system which contains the germs of early death, such magnetisms having an attraction for the earth at the bottom of the stream. As for the rest, we are willing to abandon it to the friends of coincidence. The same general remark as to superstition having a scientific basis applies to the phenomena produced by fakirs and jugglers, which skeptics heap into the common category of trickery. And yet, to a close observer, even to the uninitiated, an enormous difference is presented between the kimiyya, phenomenon, of a fakir, and the batbaza, jugglery, of a trickster, and the necromancy of a jajigar, or sahir, so dreaded and despised by the natives. This difference, imperceptible nay incomprehensible to the skeptical European, is instinctively appreciated by every Hindu, whether of high or low caste, educated or ignorant. The Kung Alin, or witch, who uses her terrible abhichar, mesmeric powers, with intent to injure, may expect death at any moment, for every Hindu finds it lawful to kill her. A bukabaz, or juggler, serves to amuse. A serpent charmer, with his baini full of venomous snakes, is less dreaded, for his powers of fascination extend but to animals and reptiles. He is unable to charm human beings, to perform that which is called by the natives mantar funna, to throw spells on men by magic. But with the yogi, the sannyasi, the holy men who acquire enormous psychological powers by mental and physical training, the question is totally different. Some of these men are regarded by the Hindus as demigods. Europeans cannot judge of these powers but in rare and exceptional cases. The British resident who has encountered in the Maidans and public places what he regards as frightful and loathsome human beings, sitting motionless in the self-inflicted torture of the Urdhva, with arms raised above the head for months, and even years, need not suppose they are the wonder-working fakirs. The phenomenon of the latter are visible only through the friendly protection of a Brahmin, or under peculiarly Chapter 12, Part 2 homepage. Isis Unveiled by H. P. Blavatsky Vol. 2 Appendix Theosophical University Press Online Edition Volume 2, page 31 Appendix Theories about Reincarnation and Spirits, reprinted from The Path, November, 1886. Over and over again the abstruse and mooted question of rebirth or reincarnation has crept out during the first 10 years of the Theosophical Society's existence. It has been alleged on prima facie evidence that a notable discrepancy was found between statements made in Isis Unveiled, Volume 1, 351-2, and later teachings from the same pen and under the inspiration of the same master. In Isis, it was held, reincarnation is denied. An occasional return only of depraved spirits is allowed. Exclusive of that rare and doubtful possibility, Isis allows only 3 cases: abortion, very early death, and idiocy, in which reincarnation on this earth occurs. C. C.M. in Light, 1882. The charge was answered then and there, as every one who will turn to the Theosophist of August, 1882, can see for himself. Nevertheless, the answer either failed to satisfy some readers or passed unnoticed. Leaving aside the strangeness of the assertion that reincarnation, i.e., the serial and periodical rebirth of every individual monad from pralaya to pralaya, is denied, in the face of the fact that the doctrine is part and parcel and one of the fundamental features of Hinduism and Buddhism, the charge amounted virtually to this: the writer of the present, a professed admirer and student of Hindu philosophy, and as professed a follower of Buddhism years before Isis was written, by rejecting reincarnation must necessarily reject karma likewise. For the latter is the very cornerstone of esoteric philosophy and Eastern religions. It is the grand and one pillar on which hangs the whole philosophy of rebirths, and, once the latter is denied, the whole doctrine of karma falls into meaningless verbiage. Nevertheless, the opponents, without stopping to think of the evident discrepancy between charge and fact, accused a Buddhist by profession of faith of denying reincarnation, hence also by implication karma. Adverse to wrangling with one who was a friend and undesirous at the time to enter upon a defense of details and internal evidence, a loss of time indeed, the writer answered merely with a few sentences. But it now becomes necessary to well define the doctrine. Other critics have taken footnote s** see charge and answer, in Theosophist, August, 1882. The cycle of existence during the Manvantara period, before and after the beginning and completion of which every such monad is absorbed and reabsorbed in the one soul, anima mundi. The same line, and by misunderstanding the passages to that effect in Isis they have reached the same rather extraordinary conclusions. To put an end to such useless controversies, it is proposed to explain the doctrine more clearly. Although, in view of the later more minute renderings of the esoteric doctrines, it is quite immaterial what may have been written in Isis, an encyclopedia of occult subjects in which each of these is hardly sketched, let it be known at once that the writer maintains the correctness of every word given out upon the subject in her earlier volumes. What was said in the Theosophist of August, 1882, may now be repeated here. The passage quoted from it may be, and is most likely, incomplete, chaotic, vague, perhaps clumsy, as are many more passages in that work, the first literary production of a foreigner who even now can hardly boast of her knowledge of the English language. Nevertheless, it is quite correct so far as that collateral feature of reincarnation is therein concerned. I will now give extracts from Isis and proceed to explain every passage criticized, wherein it was said that a few fragments of this mysterious doctrine of reincarnation as distinct from metempsychosis would be then presented. Sentences now explained are in italics. Reincarnation, i.e. the appearance of the same individual, or rather of his astral monad, twice on the same planet, is not a rule in nature, it is an exception, like the teratological phenomenon of a two-headed infant. It is preceded by a violation of the laws of harmony of nature, and happens only when the latter, seeking to restore its disturbed equilibrium, violently throws back into earth life the astral monad which had been tossed out of the circle of necessity by crime or accident. Thus in cases of abortion, of infants dying before a certain age, and of congenital and incurable idiocy, nature's original design to produce a perfect human being, has been interrupted. Therefore, while the gross matter of each of these several entities is suffered to disperse itself at death, through the vast realm of being, the immortal spirit and astral monad of the individual, the latter having been set apart to animate a frame and the former to shed its divine light on the corporeal organization, must try a second time to carry out the purpose of the creative intelligence. Vol. I. p. 351. Here the astral monad or body of the deceased personality, say of John or Thomas, is meant. It is that which, in the teachings of the esoteric philosophy of Hinduism, is known under its name of Bhut, in the Greek philosophy is called the simulacrum or umbra, and in all other philosophies worthy of the name is said, as taught in the former, to disappear after a certain period more or less prolonged in Kamaloka. The limbus of the Roman Catholics, or Hades of the Greeks*, it is a violation of the laws of harmony of nature, though it be so decreed by those of karma every time that the astral monad, or the simulacrum of the personality of John or Thomas, instead of running down to the end of its natural period of time in a body, finds itself, a. violently thrown out of it, whether by early death or accident, or, b. is compelled in consequence of its unfinished task to reappear, i.e. the same astral body wedded to the same immortal monad, on earth again, in order to complete the unfinished task. Thus it must try a second time to carry out the purpose of creative intelligence or law. If reason has been so far developed as to become active and discriminative, there is no immediate reincarnation on this earth, for the three parts of the triune man have been united together and he is capable of running the race. But when the new being has not passed beyond the condition of monad, or when, as in the idiot, the Trinity has not been completed on earth and therefore cannot be so after death, the immortal spark which illuminates it, has to re-enter on the earthly plane as it was frustrated in its first attempt. Otherwise, the mortal or astral, and the immortal or divine souls, could not progress in unison and pass onward to the sphere above. Deva Chan. Spirit follows a line parallel with that of matter, and the spiritual evolution goes hand in hand with the physical. The occult doctrine teaches that, 1. There is no immediate reincarnation on earth for the monad, as falsely taught by the reincarnationist spiritists, nor is there any second incarnation at all for the personal or false ego. The peri-sprit save the exceptional cases mentioned. But that, a. there are rebirths, or periodical reincarnations for the immortal ego during the cycle of rebirths, and non-ego, in nirvana or moksha when it becomes impersonal and absolute, for that ego is the root of every new incarnation. The string on which are threaded, one after the other, the false personalities or elusive bodies called men, in which the monad ego incarnates itself during the cycle of births, and, b. that such reincarnations take place not before 1,500, 2,000, and even 3,000 years of devachanic life. 2. That man is the seat of Jiv, that spark which runs the round of the cycle of births and rebirths with the monad, from the beginning to the end of a manvantara, is the real ego. That, a. the Jiv follows the di footnote, s. Hades has surely never been meant for hell. It was always the abode of the sorrowing shadows of astral bodies of the dead personalities. Western readers should remember Kamaloka is not Karmaloka, for kama means desire, and karma does not. Had this word immediate been put at the time of publishing Isis between the two words no and reincarnation, there would have been less room for dispute and controversy. By sphere above, of course Devachan was meant. Vine monad that gives it spiritual life and immortality into Devachan, that therefore, it can neither be reborn before its appointed period, nor reappear on earth visibly or invisibly in the interim, and, b. that, unless the fruition, the spiritual aroma of the manas, or all these highest aspirations and spiritual qualities and attributes that constitute the higher self of man, become united to its monad, the latter becomes as/von existent, since it is in se impersonal and per se ego-less, so to say, and gets its spiritual coloring or flavor of egotism only from each monas during incarnation and after it is disembodied and separated from all its lower principles. 3. That the remaining 4 principles, or rather the 2.5 as they are composed of the terrestrial portion of manas, of its vehicle Kamarupa and Linghasarara, the body dissolving immediately, and prana or the life principle along with it, that these principles having belonged to the false personality are unfit for Devachan. The latter is the state of bliss, the reward for all the undeserved miseries of life and that which prompted man to sin, namely his terrestrial passionate nature, can have no room in it. Therefore the non-reincarnating principles, the false personality, are left behind in Kamaloka, firstly as a material residue, then later on as a reflection on the mirror of astral light. Endowed with elusive action, to the day when having gradually faded out they disappear, what is it but the Greek eidolon and the simulacrum of the Greek and Latin poets and classics? What reward or punishment can there be in that sphere of disembodied human entities for a fetus or a human embryo which had not even time to breathe on this earth, still less an opportunity to exercise the divine faculties of its spirit? Or, for an irresponsible infant, whose senseless monad remaining dormant within the astral and physical casket, could as little prevent him from burning himself as any other person to death? Or again for one idiotic from birth, the number of whose cerebral circumvolutions is only from 20 to 30% of those of sane persons, and who therefore is irresponsible for either his disposition, acts, or for the imperfections of his vagrant, half-developed intellect. Isis, Vol. I, p. 352. Footnote, S. The reader must bear in mind that the esoteric teaching maintains that save in cases of wickedness when man's nature attains the acme of evil, and human terrestrial sin reaches satanic universal character, so to say, as some sorcerers do, there is no punishment for the majority of mankind after death. The law of retribution as karma, waits man at the threshold of his new incarnation. Man is at best a wretched tool of evil, unceasingly forming new causes and circumstances. He is not always, if ever, responsible. Hence a period of rest and bliss in Devachan, with an utter temporary oblivion of all the miseries and sorrows of life. Avicii is a spiritual state of the greatest misery and is only in store for those who have devoted consciously their lives to doing injury to others and have thus reached its highest spirituality of evil. Volume 2, page 35. Theories about reincarnation and spirits. These are then the exceptions spoken of in Isis, and the doctrine is maintained now as it was then. Moreover, there is no discrepancy but only incompleteness, hence, misconceptions arising from later teachings. Then again, there are several important mistakes in Isis which, as the plates of the work had been stereotyped, were not corrected in subsequent editions. One of such is on page 346, and another in connection with it and as a sequence on page 347. The discrepancy between the first portion of the statement and the last, ought to have suggested the idea of an evident mistake. It is addressed to the spiritists, reincarnationists who take the more than ambiguous words of Apuleius as a passage that corroborates their claims for their spirits and reincarnation. Let the reader judge whether Apuleius does not justify rather our assertions. We are charged with denying reincarnation, and this is what we said there and then in Isis. The philosophy teaches that nature never leaves her work unfinished. If baffled at the first attempt, she tries again. When she evolves a human embryo, the intention is that a man shall be perfected physically, intellectually, and spiritually. His body is to grow, mature, wear out, and die, his mind unfold, ripen, and be harmoniously balanced, his divine spirit illuminate and blend easily with the inner man. No human being completes its grand cycle, or the circle of necessity, until all these are accomplished. As the laggards in a race struggle and plod in their first quarter while the victor darts past the goal, so, in the race of immortality, some souls outspeed all the rest and reach the end. While their myriad competitors are toiling under the load of matter, close to the starting point. Some unfortunates fall out entirely and lose all chance of the prize, some retrace their steps and begin again. Isis, Volume 1, p. 345 et seq. Clear enough this, one should say. Nature baffled tries again. No one can pass out of this world, our earth, without becoming perfected physically, morally, and spiritually. How can this be done, unless their footnote, s, asterisk says Apuleius, the soul is born in this world upon leaving the soul of the world, anima mundi, in which her existence precedes the one we all know, on earth. Thus, the gods who consider her proceedings in all the phases of various existences and as a whole, punish her sometimes for sins committed during an anterior life. She dies when she separates herself from a body in which she crossed this life as in a frail bark. And this is, if I mistake not, the secret meaning of the tumulary inscription, so simple for the initiate, to the gods Manes who lived. But this kind of death does not annihilate the soul, it only transforms one portion of it into a lemur. Lemurs are the Manes, or ghosts, which we know under the name Lares. When they keep away and show us a beneficent protection, we honor in them the protecting divinities of the family hearth, but if their crimes sentence them to air, we call them larvae. They become a plague for the wicked, and the vain terror of the good. Du Dieu de Socrate, Apul Class, pages 143-145. Is a series of rebirths required, for the necessary perfection in each department to evolute in the circle of necessity can surely never be found in one human life. And yet this sentence is followed without any break by the following parenthetical statement, this is what the Hindu dreads above all things: transmigration and reincarnation, only on other and inferior planets, never on this one. The last sentence is a fatal mistake, and one to which the writer pleads not guilty. It is evidently the blunder of some reader who had no idea of Hindu philosophy and who was led into a subsequent mistake on the next page, wherein the unfortunate word planet is put for cycle. Isis was hardly, if ever, looked into after its publication by its writer, who had other work to do, otherwise there would have been an apology and a page pointing to the errata, and the sentence made to run, the Hindu dreads transmigration in other inferior forms, on this planet. This would have dovetailed with the preceding sentence, and would show a fact, as the Hindu exoteric views allow him to believe and fear the possibility of reincarnation human and animal in turn by jumps, from man to beast and even to plant, and vice versa, whereas esoteric philosophy teaches that nature never proceeding backward in her evolutionary progress, once that man has evolved from every kind of lower forms, the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms, into the human form, he can never become an animal except morally, hence metaphorically. Human incarnation is a cyclic necessity and law, and no Hindu dreads it however much he may deplore the necessity. And this law and the periodical recurrence of man's rebirth is shown on the same page, 346, and in the same unbroken paragraph, where it is closed by saying that, but there is a way to avoid it. Buddha taught it in his doctrine of poverty, restriction of the senses, perfect indifference to the objects of this earthly vale of tears, freedom from passion, and frequent intercommunication with the Atma-soul contemplation. The cause of reincarnation is ignorance of our senses, and the idea that there is any reality in the world, anything except abstract existence. From the organs of sense comes the hallucination we call contact, from contact, desire, from desire, sensation, which also is a deception of our body, from sensation, the cleaving to existing bodies, from this cleaving, reproduction, and from reproduction, disease, decay, and death. This ought to settle the question and show there must have been some carelessly unnoticed mistake, and if this is not sufficient, there is something else to demonstrate it, for it is stated further on, footnote, s. Asterisk, the cause of reincarnation is ignorance, therefore there is reincarnation once the writer explained the causes of it. Thus, like the revolutions of a wheel, there is a regular succession of death and birth, the moral cause of which is the cleaving to existing objects, while the instrumental cause is karma, the power which controls the universe, prompting it to activity, merit, and demerit. It is therefore, the great desire of all beings who would be released from the sorrows of successive birth, to seek the destruction of the moral cause, the cleaving to existing objects, or evil desire. They in whom evil desire is entirely destroyed are called arhats. Freedom from evil desire ensures the possession of a miraculous power. At his death, the arhat is never reincarnated, he invariably attains nirvana, a word, by the way, falsely interpreted by the Christian scholar and skeptical commentators. Nirvana is the world of cause, in which all deceptive effects or delusions of our senses disappear. Nirvana is the highest attainable sphere. The Pitris, the pre-Adamic spirits, are considered as reincarnated by the Buddhistic philosopher, though in a degree far superior to that of the man of earth. Do they not die in their turn? Do not their astral bodies suffer and rejoice, and feel the same curse of illusionary feelings as when embodied? And just after this we are again made to say of Buddha and his doctrine of merit and demerit, or karma, but this former life believed in by the Buddhists, is not a life on this planet, for, more than any other people, the Buddhist-ical philosopher appreciated the great doctrine of cycles. Correct life on this planet by life in the same cycle, and you will have the correct reading, for what would appreciation of the great doctrine of cycles have to do with Buddha's philosophy, had the great sage believed but in one short life on this earth and in the same cycle? But to return to the real theory of reincarnation as in the esoteric teaching and its unlucky rendering in Isis. Thus, what was really meant therein was that the principle which does not reincarnate save the exceptions pointed out is the false personality, the elusive human entity defined and individualized. During this short life of ours, under some specific form and name, but that which does and has to reincarnate nolens volens under the unflinching, stern rule of karmic law is the real ego. This confusing of the real immortal ego in man, with the false and ephemeral personalities it inhabits during its manvantaric progress, lies at the root of every such misunderstanding. Now what is the one, and what is the other? The first group is one. The immortal spirit, sexless, formless, arupa, an emanation from the one universal breath. To its vehicle the divine soul called the immortal ego, the divine monad, etc., etc., which by accretions from manas in which volume 2, page 38 appendix, burns the ever-existing jib, the undying spark adds to itself at the close of each incarnation the essence of that individuality that was, the aroma of the culled flower that is no more. What is the false personality? It is that bundle of desires, aspirations, affection, and hatred, in short of action, manifested by a human being on this earth during one incarnation and under the form of one personality. Certainly it is not all this, which is in fact for us, the deluded, material, and materially thinking lot, Mr. So-and-so, or MRS. Somebody else, that remains immortal, or is ever reborn. All that bundle of egotism, that apparent and evanescent seven, disappears after death, as the costume of the part he played disappears from the actor's body, after he leaves the theater and goes to bed. That actor becomes at once the same John Smith or Gray he was from his birth, and is no longer the Othello or Hamlet that he had represented for a few hours. Nothing remains now of that bundle to go to the next incarnation, except the seed for future karma that manas may have united to its immortal group, to form with it the disembodied higher self in Deva-chan. As to the four lower principles, what becomes of them is found in most classics, from which we mean to quote at length for our defense. The doctrine of the perisprit, the false personality, or the remains of the deceased under their astral form fading out to disappear in time, is terribly distasteful to the spiritualists, who insist upon confusing the temporary with the immortal ego. Unfortunately for them and happily for us, it is not the modern occult footnote, **A proof how our theosophical teachings have taken root in every class of society and even in English literature may be seen by reading Mr. Norman Pearson's article Before Birth, in the 19th century, 4 August, 1886. Therein, theosophical ideas and teachings are speculated upon without acknowledgement or the smallest reference to theosophy, and among others, we see with regard to the author's theories on the ego, the following: how much of the individual personality is supposed to go to heaven or hell? Does the whole of the mental equipment, good and bad, noble qualities and unholy passions, follow the soul to its hereafter? Surely not. But if not, and something has to be stripped off, how and when are we to draw the line? If, on the other hand, the soul is something distinct from all our mental equipment, except the sense of self, are we not confronted by the incomprehensible notion of a personality without any attributes? To this query the author answers as any true theosophist would: the difficulties of the question really spring from a misconception of the true nature of these attributes. The components of our mental equipment, appetites, aversions, feelings, tastes, and qualities generally are not absolute but relative existences. Hunger and thirst, for instance, are states of consciousness which arise in response to the stimuli of physical necessities. They are not inherent elements of the soul and will disappear or become modified, etc. Pages 356 and 357. In other words, the theosophical doctrine is adopted. Atma and Buddhi, having culled off the manas, the aroma of the personality or human soul, go into Devachan, while the lower principles, the astral simulacrum or false personality void of its divine monad or spirit, will remain in the Kamaloka, the Summerland. Ists who have invented the doctrine. They are on their defense. And they prove what they say, i.e., that no personality has ever yet been reincarnated on the same planet, our Earth. This once there is no mistake, save in the 3 exceptional cases above cited. Adding to these a 4th case, which is the deliberate, conscious act of adeptship, and that such an astral body belongs neither to the body nor the soul, still less to the immortal spirit of man, the following is brought forward and proof cited. Before one brings out on the strength of undeniable manifestations, theories as to what produces them, and claims at once on prima facie evidence that it is the spirits of the departed mortals that revisit us, it behooves one to first study what antiquity has declared upon the subject. Ghosts and apparitions, materialized and semi-material spirits, have not originated with Allan Kardec, nor at Rochester. If those beings whose invariable habit it is to give themselves out for souls and the phantoms of the dead, choose to do so and succeed, it is only because the cautious philosophy of old is now replaced by an a priori conceit, and unproven assumptions. The first question to be settled is: have spirits any kind of substance to clothe themselves with? Answer: that which is now called perisprit in France, and a materialized form in England and America, was called in days of old peripsyche, and perinous, hence was well known to the old Greeks. Have they a body, whether gaseous, fluidic, ethereal, material or semi-material? No, we say this on the authority of the occult teachings the world over. For with the Hindus Atma or spirit is a rupa, bodiless, and with the Greeks also. Even in the Roman Catholic Church the angels of light, as those of darkness, are absolutely incorporeal meri spiritus, omnes corporis experts, and in the words of the secret doctrine, primordial emanations of the undifferentiated principle, the Dhyan-Kohans of the first category or pure spiritual essence, are formed of the spirit of the one element, the second category of the second emanation, of the soul of the elements, the third have a mind-body to which they are not subject, but that they can assume and govern as a body, subject to them, pliant to their will in form and substance. Parting from this third category, they, the spirits, angels, devas, or Dhyan-Kohans, have bodies, the first rupa group of which is composed of one element ether, the second, of two ether and fire, the third, of three ether, fire, and water, the fourth, of four ether, air, fire, and water. Then comes man, who, besides the four elements, has the fifth that predominates in him, earth, therefore he suffers. Of the angels, as said by Saint Augustine and Peter Lombard, their bodies are made to act not to suffer. It is earth and water, humor et humus, that gives an aptitude for suffering and passivity, ad patientiam, and ether and fire for action. The spirits or human monads, belonging vol. 2, page 40 appendix. To the first, or undifferentiated essence, are thus incorporeal, but their third principle, or the human fifth manas, can in conjunction with its vehicle become Kamarupa and Mayavirupa body of desire or illusion body. After death, the best, noblest, purest qualities of manas or the human soul. Ascending along with the divine monad into Devachan, whence no one emerges from or returns, except at the time of reincarnation. What is that then which appears under the double mask of the spiritual ego or soul of the departed individual? The Kamarupa element with the help of elementals. For we are taught that those spiritual beings that can assume a form at will and appear, i.e., make themselves objective and even tangible, are the angels alone, the Dhyan Kohans, and the Nirmanakaya asterisk of the adepts, whose spirits are clothed in sublime matter. The astral bodies, the remnants and dregs of a mortal being which has been disembodied, when they do appear, are not the individuals they claim to be, but only their simulacres. And such was the belief of the whole of antiquity, from Homer to Swedenborg, from the third race down to our own day. More than one devoted spiritualist has hitherto quoted Paul as corroborating his claim that spirits do and can appear. There is a natural and there is a spiritual body, etc., etc., 1 Cor 15, 44, but one has only to study closer the verses preceding and following the one quoted, to perceive that what St. Paul meant was quite different from the sense claimed for it. Surely there is a spiritual body, but it is not identical with the astral form contained in the natural man. The spiritual is formed only by our individuality unclothed and transformed after death, for the apostle takes care to explain in verses 51 and 52, Immutabimer sed non omnes. Behold, I tell you a mystery, we shall not all sleep but we shall all be changed. This corruptible must put on incorruption and this mortal must put on immortality. But this is no proof except for the Christians. Let us see what the old Egyptians and the Neoplatonists, both theurgists par excellence, thought on the subject. They divided man into three principal groups subdivided into principles as we do: pure immortal spirit, the spectral soul, a luminous phantom, and the gross material body. Apart from the latter, which was considered as the terrestrial shell, these groups were divided into six principles: 1. Ka, vital body; 2. Kaba, astral eye. Footnote s. Asterisk Nirmanakaya is the name given to the astral forms, in their completeness, of adepts, who have progressed too high on the path of knowledge and absolute truth, to go into the state of Devachan, and have on the other hand, deliberately refused the bliss of nirvana, in order to help humanity by invisibly guiding and helping on the same path of progress elect men. But these astrals are not empty shells, but complete monads made up of the 3D, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th principles. There is another order of Nirmanakaya, however, of which much will be said in the Secret Doctrine. HPB Volume 2, page 41. Theories about Reincarnation and Spirits. Form, or shadow; 3. Ko, animal soul; 4. Ak, terrestrial intelligence; 5. Sa, the divine soul, or Buddhi; and 6. Sa or mummy, the functions of which began after death. Osiris was the highest uncreated spirit, for it was in one sense a generic name, every man becoming after his translation Osirified, i.e., absorbed into Osiris Sun or into the glorious divine state. It was Ko, with the lower portions of Ak or Kamarupa with the addition of the dregs of manas remaining all behind in the astral light of our atmosphere, that formed the counterparts of the terrible and so much dreaded bhuts of the Hindus, our elementaries. This is seen in the rendering made of the so-called Harris Papyrus on magic, Papyrus Magic, translated by Chabas, who calls them Kaui or Ko, and explains that according to the hieroglyphics they were called Ko, or the revivified dead, the resurrected shadows. Asterisk when it was said of a person that he had a ko, it meant that he was possessed by a spirit. There were two kinds of kos: the justified ones, who after living for a short time a second life, nam ankh, faded out, disappeared, and those kos who were condemned to wandering without rest in darkness after dying for a second time mut em nam, and who were called the home eater, second time dead, which did not prevent them from clinging to a vicarious life after the manner of vampires. How dreaded they were is explained in our appendices on Egyptian magic and Chinese spirits, secret doctrine. They were exorcised by Egyptian priests as the evil spirit is exorcised by the Roman Catholic cure, or again the Chinese Haoan, identical with the ko and the elementary, as also with the lares or larvae, a word derived from the former by Festus, the grammarian, who explains that they were the shadows of the dead who gave no rest in the house they were in, either to the masters or the servants. These creatures, when evoked during theurgic, and especially necromantic rites, were regarded, and are so regarded still, in China as neither the spirit, soul, nor anything belonging to the deceased personality they represented, but simply as his reflection simulacrum. The human soul, says Apuleius, is an immortal god, Buddhi, which nevertheless has his beginning. When death rids it, the soul, from its earthly corporeal organism, it is called lemur. There are among the latter not a few which are beneficent, and which become the gods or demons of the family, i.e., its domestic gods, in which case they are called s. Asterisk placing these parallel with the division in esoteric teaching, we see that, 1. Osiris is Atma, 2. Sa is Buddhi, 3. Ak is Manas, 4. Ko is Kamarupa, the seat of terrestrial desires, 5. Kaba is Linghasarara, 6. Ka is Pranatma, vital principle, 7. Sa is mummy or body. Volume 2, page 42, Appendix. Lares. But they are vilified and spoken of as larvae when sentenced by fate to wander about. They spread around them evil and plagues inane terriculamentum, ceterum noxium malice, or if their real nature is doubtful, they are referred to as simply manes. Apuleius, see Du Dieu de Socrate, pages 143,145, edit. Nis. Listen to Jamlicius, Proclus, Porphyry, Psellus, and to dozens of other writers on these mystic subjects. The Magi of Chaldea believed and taught that the celestial or divine soul would participate in the bliss of eternal light, while the animal or sensuous soul would, if good, rapidly dissolve, and if wicked, go on wandering about in the earth's sphere. In this case, it, the soul, assumes at times the forms of various human phantoms and even those of animals. The same was said of the eidolon of the Greeks, and of their nephesh by the rabbins, see Sciences Occults, Counteracy, v. 11. All the Illuminati of the Middle Ages tell us of our astral soul, the reflection of the dead or his spectre. At natal death, birth, the pure spirit remains attached to the intermediate and luminous body, but as soon as its lower form, the physical body, is dead, the former ascends heavenward, and the latter descends into the nether worlds, or the Kamaloka. Homer shows us the body of Patroclus, the true image of the terrestrial body lying killed by Hector, rising in its spiritual form, and Lucretius shows old Ennius representing Homer himself, shedding bitter tears, amidst the shadows and the human simulacres on the shores of Acre Usia, where live neither our bodies nor our souls, but only our images. Asterisk esse Acre Usia templa, quo nec permanent animi, nec corpora nostra. Sed quidam simulacra Virgil called it imago, image, and in the Odyssey, 11, the author refers to it as the type, the model, and at the same time the copy of the body, since Telemachus will not recognize Ulysses and seeks to drive him off by saying, "No, thou art not my father, thou art a demon, trying to seduce me." Odes, 16, v 194. Latins do not lack significant proper names to designate the varieties of their demons, and thus they called them in turn, Lares, Lemurs, Genii, and Manes. Cicero, in translating Plato's Timaeus, translates the word daimons by Lares, and Festus the grammarian explains that the inferior or lower gods were the souls of men, making a difference between the two as Homer did, and between anima bruta and anima divina, animal and divine souls. Plutarch, in Prob. Rom, makes the Lares preside and inhabit the haunted houses, and calls them cruel, exacting, inquisitive, etc., etc. Festus thinks that there are good and bad ones among the Lares. For he calls them at 1 volume 2, page 43 theories about reincarnation and spirits. Time Prestides, as they gave occasionally and watched over things carefully, direct apports, and at another hostilios asterisk however it may be, says in his queer old French, L'Eloire, they are no better than our devils, who, if they do appear helping sometimes men, and presenting them with property, it is only to hurt them the better and the more later on. Lemurs are also devils and larvae, for they appear at night in various human and animal forms, but still more frequently with features that they borrow from dead men. Livre des Spectres, v. 4, p. 15 and 16. After this little honor rendered to his Christian preconceptions, that see Satan everywhere, L'Eloire speaks like an occultist, and a very erudite one too. It is quite certain that the genii and none other had mission to watch over every newly born man, and that they were called genii, as says Censorinus, because they had in their charge our race, and not only they presided over every mortal being but over whole generations and tribes, being the genii of the people. The idea of guardian angels of men, races, localities, cities, and nations, was taken by the Roman Catholics from the pre-Christian occultists and pagans. Symmachus, Epist. I. X, writes, as souls are given to those who are born, so genii are distributed to the nations. Every city had its protecting genius, to whom the people sacrificed. There is more than one inscription found that reads, Genio civitatis to the genius of the city. Only the ancient profane never seemed sure, any more than the modern, whether an apparition was the eidolon of a relative or the genius of the locality. Aeneas, while celebrating the anniversary of the name of his father Anchises, seeing a serpent crawling on his tomb, knew not whether that was the genius of his father or the genius of the place. Virgil. The Manes were numbered and divided between good and bad, those that were sinister, and that Virgil calls numina larva, were appeased by sacrifices that they should commit no mischief, such as sending bad dreams to those who despised them, etc. Tibullus shows this by his line, Anni tibi neglecti mittent insomnia manes. Eleg. 1, 2. Pagans thought that the lower souls were transformed after death into diabolical aerial spirits. L'Eloire, p. 22. The term itera prosopis, when divided into its several compound words, will yield a whole sentence, and other than I under the features of my person. Footnote, s. Asterisk because they drove the enemies away. From Manus Good, and Antiphrasis, as Festus explains. Volume 2, page 44 Appendix. It is to this terrestrial principle, the eidolon, the larva, the Bhut call it by whatever name that reincarnation was refused in Isis *. The doctrines of Theosophy are simply the faithful echoes of antiquity. Man is a unity only at his origin and at his end. All the spirits, all the souls, gods, and demons emanate from and have for their root principle the souf of the universe, says Porphyry, de Secret. Not a philosopher of any notoriety who did not believe, 1. In reincarnation, metempsychosis, 2. In the plurality of principles in man, or that man had two souls of separate and quite different natures, one perishable, the astral soul, the other incorruptible and immortal, and, 3. That the former was not the man whom it represented, neither his spirit nor his body, but his reflection, at best. This was taught by Brahmins, Buddhists, Hebrews, Greeks, Egyptians, and Chaldeans, by the post-Diluvian heirs of the Prediluvian wisdom, by Pythagoras and Socrates, Clemens Alexandrinus, Synesius and Origen, the oldest Greek poets as much as the Gnostics, whom Gibbon shows as the most refined, learned, and enlightened men of all ages, see Decline and Fall, etc. But the rabble was the same in every age, superstitious, self-opinionated, materializing every most spiritual and noble idealistic conception and dragging it down to its own low level, and ever adverse to philosophy. But all this does not interfere with that fact, that our fifth race man, analyzed esoterically as a septenary creature, was ever exoterically recognized as mundane, submundane, terrestrial, and supra. Mundane, Ovid graphically describing him as bis duo sunt hominis, manes, caro, spiritus, umbra, quaetu or ista loca bis duo suscipiunt. Terra tagit carnum, tumulum circumvalat umbra, orcus habet manes, spiritus astrapeti. Ostend, October, 1886. Footnote, S. Asterisk on page 12, Volume 1, of Isis Unveiled. Belief in reincarnation is asserted from the very beginning, as forming part and parcel of universal beliefs. Metempsychosis, or transmigration of souls, and reincarnation being after all the same thing. Appendix 2 homepage. Isis Unveiled by H. P. Blavatsky Vol. 2 Appendix Theosophical University Press Online Edition Volume 2, page 45 Appendix My Books H. P. Blavatsky, reprinted from Lucifer, May 15, 1891. Some time ago, a theosophist, M.R. R., was traveling by rail with an American gentleman, who told him how surprised he had been by his visit to our London headquarters. He said that he had asked Madame Blavatsky what were the best theosophical works for him to read, and had declared his intention of procuring Isis Unveiled, when to his astonishment she replied, "Don't read it, it is all trash." Now I did not say trash so far as I remember, but what I did say in substance was, leave it alone. Isis will not satisfy you. Of all the books I have put my name to, this particular one is, in literary arrangement, the worst and most confused. And I might have added with as much truth that, carefully analyzed from a strictly literary and critical standpoint, Isis was full of misprints and misquotations. That it contained useless repetitions, most irritating digressions, and to the casual reader unfamiliar with the various aspects of metaphysical ideas and symbols, as many apparent contradictions, that much of the matter in it ought not to be there at all, and also that it had some very gross mistakes due to the many alterations in proofreading in general, and word corrections in particular. Finally, that the work, for reasons that will be now explained, has no system in it, and that it looks in truth, as remarked by a friend, as if a mass of independent paragraphs having no connection with each other, had been well shaken up in a waste basket, and then taken out at random and published. Such is also now my sincere opinion. The full consciousness of this sad truth dawned upon me when, for the first time after its publication in 1877, read the work through from the first to the last page, in India in 1881. And from that date to the present, I have never ceased to say what I thought of it, and to give my honest opinion of Isis whenever I had an opportunity for so doing. This was done to the great disgust of some, who warned me that I was spoiling its sale, but as my chief object in writing it was neither personal fame nor gain, but something far higher, I cared little for such warnings. For more than 10 years this unfortunate masterpiece, this monumental work, as some reviews have called it, with its hideous metamorphoses of one word into another, thereby entirely transforming the meaning asterisk with its misprints and wrong quota footnote, s, asterisk witness the word planet for cycle as originally written, corrected by some unknown hand, vol. I. p. 347, second par, a correction which shows Buddha teaching that there is no rebirth on this planet, //, when the contrary is asserted on p. 346, and the Lord Buddha is said to teach how to avoid reincarnation. The use footnote continued on next page volume 2, page 46 appendix. Marks, has given me more anxiety and trouble than anything else during a long lifetime which has ever been more full of thorns than of roses. But in spite of these perhaps too great admissions, I maintain that Isis Unveiled contains a mass of original and never hitherto divulged information on occult subjects. That this is so, is proved by the fact that the work has been fully appreciated by all those who have been intelligent enough to discern the kernel, and pay little attention to the shell, to give the preference to the idea and not to the form, regardless of its minor shortcomings. Prepared to take upon myself vicariously as I will show the sins of all the external, purely literary defects of the work, I defend the ideas and teachings in it, with no fear of being charged with conceit, since neither ideas nor teaching are mine, as I have always declared, and I maintain that both are of the greatest value to mystics and students of theosophy. So true is this, that when Isis was first published, some of the best American papers were lavish in its praise even to exaggeration, as is evidenced by the quotations below * footnote, footnote continued from previous page of the word planet for plane, of monas for monas, and the sense of whole ideas sacrificed to the grammatical form, and changed by the substitution of wrong words and erroneous punctuation, etc., etc., etc. *Isis Unveiled, a master key to the mysteries of ancient and modern science and theology. By H. P. Blavatsky, Corresponding Secretary of the Theosophical Society. 2 volumes, Royal 8vo, about 1,500 pages, cloth, $7.50. 5th edition. This monumental work, about everything relating to magic, mystery, witchcraft, religion, spiritualism, which would be valuable in an encyclopedia. North American Review. It must be acknowledged that she is a remarkable woman, who has read more, seen more, and thought more than most wise men. Her work abounds in quotations from a dozen different languages, not for the purpose of a vain display of erudition, but to substantiate her peculiar views. Her pages are garnished with footnotes establishing, as her authorities, some of the profoundest writers of the past. To a large class of readers, this remarkable work will prove of absorbing interest. Demands the earnest attention of thinkers, and merits an analytic reading. Boston Evening Transcript. The appearance of erudition is stupendous. Reference to and quotations from the most unknown and obscure writers in all languages abound, interspersed with allusions to writers of the highest repute, which have evidently been more than schemed through. N. Y. Independent. An extremely readable and exhaustive essay upon the paramount importance of re-establishing the Hermetic philosophy in a world which blindly believes that it has outgrown it. N. Y. World. Most remarkable book of the season. Commander advertiser to readers who have not made themselves acquainted with the literature of mysticism and alchemy. The volume will furnish the materials for an interesting study, a mine of curious information. Evening Post. They give evidence of much and multifarious research on the part of the author, and contain a vast number of interesting stories. Persons fond of the marvelous will find in them an abundance of entertainment. New York Sun. A marvelous book both in matter and manner of treatment. Some idea may. Footnote continued on next page volume 2, page 47. My books. The first enemies that my work brought to the front were spiritualists, whose fundamental theories as to the spirits of the dead communicating in propria persona I upset. For the last 15 years, ever since this first publication, an incessant shower of ugly accusations has been poured upon me. Every libelous charge, from immorality and the Russian spy theory down to my acting on false pretenses, of being a chronic fraud and a living lie, an habitual drunkard, an emissary of the Pope, paid to break down spiritualism, and Satan incarnate. Every slander that can be thought of has been brought to bear upon my private and public life. The fact that not a single one of these charges has ever been substantiated, that from the first day of January to the last of December, year after year, I have lived Surrounded by friends and foes like as in a glass house, nothing could stop these wicked, venomous, and thoroughly unscrupulous tongues. It has been said at various times by my ever-active opponents that, 1. Isis Unveiled was simply a rehash of Eliphas Levi and a few old alchemists, 2. That it was written by me under the dictation of evil powers and the departed spirits of Jesuits, sick, and finally, 3. That my 2 volumes had been compiled from MSS. Never before heard of, which Baron de Pommery of the cremation and double burial fame had left behind him, and which I had found in his trunk. On the other hand, friends, as unwise as they were kind, spread abroad that which was really the truth, a little too enthusiastically, about the connection of my Eastern teacher and other occultists. With the footnote, footnote continued from previous page be formed of the rarity and extent of its contents when the index alone comprises 50 pages, and we venture nothing in saying that such an index of subjects was never before compiled by any human being. But the book is a curious one and will no doubt find its way into libraries because of the unique subject matter it contains. Will certainly prove attractive to all who are interested in the history, theology, and the mysteries of the ancient world. Daily Graphic. The present work is the fruit of her remarkable course of education, and amply confirms her claims to the character of an adept in secret science, and even to the rank of a hierophant in the exposition of its mystic lore. New York Tribune. One who reads the book carefully through, ought to know everything of the marvelous and mystical. Except perhaps, the passwords. Isis will supplement the anacalypsis. Whoever loves to read Godfrey Higgins will be delighted with Madame Blavatsky. There is a great resemblance between their works. Both have tried hard to tell everything apocryphal and apocalyptic. It is easy to forecast the reception of this book. With its striking peculiarities, its audacity, its versatility, and the prodigious variety of subjects which it notices and handles, it is one of the remarkable productions of the century. New York Herald. This Austrian nobleman, who was in complete destitution at New York, and to whom Colonel Alcott had given shelter and food, nursing him during the last weeks of his life, left nothing in MS. behind him but bills. The only effect of the Baron was an old valise, in which his executors found a battered bronze Cupid, a few foreign orders, imitations in pinchbeck and paste, as the gold and diamonds had been sold, and a few shirts of Colonel Alcott's, which the ex-diplomat had annexed without permission. Volume 2, page 48. Appendix. Work, and this was seized upon by the enemy and exaggerated out of all limits of truth. It was said that the whole of Isis had been dictated to me from cover to cover and verbatim by these invisible adepts. And, as the imperfections of my work were only too glaring, the consequence of all this idle and malicious talk was, that my enemies and critics inferred as well they might that either these invisible inspirers had no existence, and were part of my fraud, or that they lacked the cleverness of even an average good writer. Now, no one has any right to hold me responsible for what anyone may say, but only for that which I myself state orally, or in public print over my signature. And what I say and maintain is this, save the direct quotations and the many aforespecified and mentioned misprints, errors, and misquotations, and the general make-up of Isis Unveiled, for which I am in no way responsible, every word of information found in this work or in my later writings, comes from the teachings of our Eastern masters, and, b. that many a passage in these works has been written by me under their dictation. In saying this, no supernatural claim is urged, for no miracle is performed by such a dictation. Any moderately intelligent person, convinced by this time of the many possibilities of hypnotism, now accepted by science and under full scientific investigation, and of the phenomena of thought transference, will easily concede that if even a hypnotized subject, a mere irresponsible medium, hears the unexpressed thought of his hypnotizer, who can thus transfer his thought to him even to repeating the words read by the hypnotizer mentally from a book, then my claim has nothing impossible in it. Space and distance do not exist for thought, and if two persons are in perfect mutual psychomagnetic rapport, and of these two, One is a great adept in occult sciences, then thought. Transference and dictation of whole pages become as easy and as comprehensible at the distance of 10,000 miles as the transference of 2 words across a room. Hitherto, I have abstained except on very rare occasions from answering any criticism on my works, and have even left direct slanders and lies unrefuted, because in the case of Isis I found almost every kind of criticism justifiable, and in that of slanders and lies my contempt for the slanderers was too great to permit me to notice them. Especially was it the case with regard to the libelous matter emanating from America. It has all come from one and the same source, well known to all theosophists, a person most indefatigable in attacking me personally for the last 12 years, though I have never seen or met the creature neither footnote, s, I will not name him. There are names which carry a moral stench about them, unfit for any decent journal or publication. His words and deeds emanate from the cloaca maxima of the universe of matter and have to return to it, without touching me. Volume 2, page 49 my books. Do I intend to answer him now? But, as Isis is now attacked for at least the 10th time, the day has come when my perplexed friends and that portion of the public which may be in sympathy with theosophy, are entitled to the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Not that I seek to excuse myself in anything even before them or to explain things. It is nothing of the kind. What I am determined to do is to give facts, undeniable and not to be gainsaid, simply by stating the peculiar, well known to many but now almost forgotten, circumstances, under which I wrote my first English work. I give them seriatim. 1. When I came to America in 1873, one had not spoken English which I had learned in my childhood colloquially for over 30 years. I could understand when I read it, but could hardly speak the language. 2. I had never been at any college, and what I knew I had taught myself. I have never pretended to any scholarship in the sense of modern research. I had then hardly read any scientific European works. Knew little of Western philosophy and sciences. The little which I had studied and learned of these, disgusted me with its materialism, its limitations, narrow-cut and dried spirit of dogmatism, and its air of superiority over the philosophies and sciences of antiquity. 3. Until 1874 I had never written one word in English, nor had I published any work in any language. Therefore, 4. I had not the least idea of literary rules. The art of writing books, of preparing them for print and publication, reading and correcting proofs, were so many close secrets to me. 5. When I started to write that which developed later into Isis Unveiled, I had no more idea than the man in the moon what would come of it. I had no plan, did not know whether it would be an essay, a pamphlet, a book, or an article. I knew that I had to write it, that was all. I began the work before I knew Colonel Alcott well, and some months before the formation of the Theosophical Society. Thus, the conditions for becoming the author of an English theosophical and scientific work were hopeful, as everyone will see. Nevertheless, I had written enough to fill 4 such volumes as Isis, before I submitted my work to Colonel Alcott. Of course he said that everything save the pages dictated had to be rewritten. Then we started on our literary labors and worked together every evening. Some pages, the English of which he had corrected, I copied, others which would yield to no mortal correction, he used to read aloud from my pages, Englishing them verbally as he went on, dictating to me from my almost undecipherable MSS. It is to him that I am indebted for the English in Isis. It is he again who suggested that the work should be divided into chapters, and the first volume devoted to science and the second to theology. Volume 2, page 50 Appendix. To do this, the matter had to be reshifted, and many of the chapters also, repetitions had to be erased, and the literary connection of subjects attended to. When the work was ready, we submitted it to Professor Alexander Wilder, the well-known scholar and Platonist of New York, who after reading the matter, recommended it to M.R. Boughton for publication. Next to Colonel Alcott, it is Professor Wilder who did the most for me. It is he who made the excellent index, who corrected the Greek, Latin and Hebrew words, suggested quotations, and wrote the greater part of the introduction before the veil. If this was not acknowledged in the work, the fault is not mine, but because it was drive. Wilder's express wish that his name should not appear except in footnotes. I have never made a secret of it, and every one of my numerous acquaintances in New York knew it. When ready, the work went to press. From that moment the real difficulty began. I had no idea of correcting galley proofs, Colonel Olcott had little leisure to do so, and the result was that I made a mess of it from the beginning. Before we were through with the first 3 chapters, there was a bill for $600 for corrections and alterations, and I had to give up the proofreading. Pressed by the publisher, Colonel Olcott doing all that he possibly could do, but having no time except in the evenings, and Dr. Wilder far away at Jersey City, the result was that the proofs and pages of Isis passed through a number of willing but not very careful hands, and were finally left to the tender mercies of the publisher's proofreader. Can one wonder after this if Vaivaswata, Manu, became transformed in the published volumes into Viswamitra, that 36 pages of the index were irretrievably lost, and quotation marks placed where none were needed, as in some of my own sentences, and left out entirely in many a passage cited from various authors. If asked why these fatal mistakes have not been corrected in a subsequent edition, my answer is simple: the plates were stereotyped, and notwithstanding all my desire to do so, I could not put it into practice. As the plates were the property of the publisher, I had no money to pay for the expenses, and finally the firm was quite satisfied to let things be as they are, since, notwithstanding all its glaring defects, the work which has now reached its 7th or 8th edition is still in demand. And now, and perhaps in consequence of all this, comes a new accusation: I am charged with wholesale plagiarism in the introductory chapter before the veil. Well, had I committed plagiarism, I should not feel the slightest hesitation in admitting the borrowing. But all parallel passages to the contrary, as I have not done so, I do not see why I should confess it, even though thought transference, as the Pall Mall Gazette wittily calls Vol. 2, page 51 my books. It is in fashion, and at a premium just now. Since the day when the American press raised a howl against Longfellow, who, borrowing from some, then, unknown German translation of the Finnish epic, the Kalevala, published it as his own superb poem, Hiawatha, and forgot to acknowledge the source of his inspiration, the Continental Press has repeatedly brought out other like accusations. The present year is especially fruitful in such thought transferences. Here we have the Lord Mayor of the City of London repeating word for word an old forgotten sermon by M.R. Spurgeon and swearing he had never read or heard of it. The Reverend Robert Bradlaugh writes a book, and forthwith the Pall Mall Gazette denounces it as a verbal copy from somebody else's work. Mr. Harry de Wint, the Oriental Traveller, and AFRGS to boot, finds several pages, out of his just published A Ride to India, Across Persia and Baluchistan in the London Academy, paralleled with extracts from The Country of Baluchistan, by A. W. Hughes, which are identical verbatim et literatim. Mrs. Parr denies in the British Weekly that her novel Sally was borrowed consciously or unconsciously from Miss Wilkins' Sally, and states that she had never read the said story, nor even heard the author's name, and so on. Finally, everyone who has read La Vie de Jesus, by Renaud, will find that he has plagiarized by anticipation some descriptive passages rendered in flowing verse in the light of the world. Yet even Sir Edwin Arnold, whose versatile and recognized genius needs no borrowed imagery, has failed to thank the French academician for his pictures of Mount Tabor and Galilee in prose, which he has so elegantly versified in his last poem. Indeed, at this stage of our civilization and fin de siècle, one should feel highly honored to be placed in such good and numerous company, even as a plagiarist. But I cannot claim such a privilege, and, simply for the reason already told that out of the whole introductory chapter before the veil, I can claim as my own only certain passages in the glossary appended to it, the Platonic portion of it, that which is now denounced as a barefaced plagiarism, having been written by Professor A. Wilder. That gentleman is still living in or near New York, and can be asked whether my statement is true or not. He is too honorable, too great a scholar, to deny or fear anything. He insisted upon a kind of glossary, explaining the Greek and Sanskrit names and words with which the work abounds, being appended to an introduction, and furnished a few himself. I begged him to give me a short summary of the Platonic philosophers, which he kindly did. Thus from P11 down to XXII the text is his, save a few intercalated passages which break the Platonic narrative, to show the identity of ideas in the Hindu scriptures. Now who of those who know Dr. A. Wilder personally, or by name, who are aware of the Volume 2, page 52 appendix? Great scholarship of that eminent Platonist, the editor of so many learned works * would be insane enough to accuse him of plagiarizing from any author's work. I give in the footnote the names of a few of the Platonic and other works he has edited. The charge would be simply preposterous. The fact is that Dr. Wilder must have either forgotten to place quotes before and after the passages copied by him from various authors in his summary, or else, owing to his very difficult handwriting, he has failed to mark them with sufficient clearness. It is impossible, after the lapse of almost 15 years, to remember or verify the facts. To this day I had imagined that this disquisition on the Platonists was his, and never gave a further thought to it. But now enemies have ferreted out unquoted passages and proclaim louder than ever the author of Isis Unveiled to be a plagiarist and a fraud. Very likely more may be found, as that work is an inexhaustible mine of misquotations, errors, and blunders, to which it is impossible for me to plead guilty in the ordinary sense. Let then the slanderers go on, only to find in another 15 years, as they have found in the preceding period, that whatever they do, they cannot ruin theosophy, nor even hurt me. I have no author's vanity, and years of unjust persecution and abuse have made me entirely callous to what the public may think of me personally. But in view of the facts as given above, and considering that, a. the language in Isis is not mine, but, with the exception of that portion of the work which, as I claim, was dictated, may be called only a sort of translation of my facts and ideas into English. 0b. It was not written for the public, the latter having always been only a secondary consideration with me, but for the use of theosophists and members of the Theosophical Society to which Isis is dedicated. C. Though I have since learned sufficient English to have been enabled to edit 2 magazines, the Theosophist and Lucifer, yet, to the present hour I never write an article, an editorial, or even a simple paragraph, without submitting its English to close scrutiny and correction. Considering all this and much more, I ask now every impartial and honest man and woman whether it is just or even fair to criticize my footnote, S. *A. Wilder, M.D., the editor of Serpent and Siva Worship, by Hyde Clark and C. Stan Island Wake, of Ancient Art and Mythology, by Richard Payne Knight, to which the editor has appended an introduction, notes translated into English, and a new and complete index, of Ancient Symbol Worship, by Hodder M. Westrop and C. Stan Island Wake, with an introduction, additional notes, and appendix by the editor, and finally, of the Eleusinian and Bacchic Mysteries, a dissertation by Thomas Taylor, translator of Plato, Plotinus, Porphyry, Iamblichus, Proclus, Aristotle, etc., 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 edited with introduction, notes, emendations, and glossary, by Alexander Wilder, M.D., and the author of various learned works, pamphlets, and articles for which we have no space here. Also the editor of the Older Academy, a quarterly journal of New York, and the translator of the Mysteries, by Iamblichus. Volume 2, page 53. My books. Works Isis, above all others, as one would the writings of a born American or English author. What I claim in them as my own is only the fruit of my learning and studies in a department hitherto left uninvestigated by science, and almost unknown to the European world. I am perfectly willing to leave the honor of the English grammar in them, the glory of the quotations from scientific works brought occasionally to me to be used as passages for comparison with, or refutation by, the old science, and finally the general make-up of the volumes, to every one of those who have helped me. Even for the secret doctrine there are about half a dozen theosophists who have been busy in editing it, who have helped me to arrange the matter, correct the imperfect English, and prepare it for print. But that which none of them will ever claim from first to last, is the fundamental doctrine, the philosophical conclusions and teachings. Nothing of that have I invented, but have simply given it out as I have been taught, or as quoted by me in the secret doctrine, Il. 1. P. Sylvie, from Montaigne, I have here made only a nosegay of culled Eastern flowers, and have brought nothing of my own but the string that ties them. Is any one of my helpers prepared to say that I have not paid the full price for the string? H. P. Blavatsky. April 27, 1891. Appendix 3. Isis Unveiled by H. P. Blavatsky, Theosophical University Press, online edition. Appendix 3. How Isis Unveiled was written * by Alexander Wilder, M.D. From the Word, May 1908, 7:2. The authorship of Isis Unveiled has sometimes been questioned. Some persons have claimed it for themselves. The one individual best able to bear witness, from among all who had personal knowledge of the authorship, is Alexander Wilder, physician and scholar, the most able of the Platonists. Today, at 85 years, he has the buoyancy of youth, the mental virility of manhood, and all with his Platonic enthusiasm. H.W.P. One morning in the autumn of 1876, one saw in the New York Tribune the mention of a work in process of publication styled Art Magic, which would treat of recondite subjects. Having from earlier years been interested in such matters, I wrote to the address there given and received a reply from Mrs. Hardinge Britton. Besides answering my inquiry, she told me of the forming of a Theosophical Society, then taking place. But I did not pursue this clue. I had become disgusted with individual pretensions to superior powers, and unusual names have for me no attraction. Some weeks later, however, learning that the book had been printed, I called upon Mrs. Britton and received a copy. She stated that the author did not give his name, and that he would not require the payment which I was to make, paying a compliment to my intellectual qualifications as something unusual in this field. The book was very interesting to me, and contained many valuable nuggets in relation to arcane matters. Unfortunately, there was no index, and the omission of an index takes away half the usefulness of a book to a student. There was no allusion in the book to the Theosophical Society, and I had no curiosity to know about the organization. At that time I had been editing several publications for Mr. J. W. Boughton, a bookseller in New York, and was lecturing and contributing papers for one or two periodicals. Other engagements and associations had been laid aside. I had barely heard of Madame Blavatsky, but in no connection with anything relating to theosophy, or other subject that I knew anything about. She had been described as having introduced herself to an acquaintance as a rushing Russian, and her manner had attracted attention. Nothing more was elicited at that time. On a pleasant afternoon, in early autumn, some months later, I was alone in the house. The bell was rung, and I answered at the door. Colonel Henry S. Alcott was there with an errand to myself. I did not recognize him, as I had never had any occasion to make his acquaintance, but he, having had some governmental business with one of my employers several years before, had known me ever since. He had never suspected, however, that I took any interest whatever in unusual subjects, so completely successful had I been in keeping myself unknown even to those who from daily association imagined that they knew me very thoroughly. A long service in journalism, familiar relations with public men, and active participation in political matters, seemed to have shut out from notice an ardent passion for mystic speculation, and the transcendental philosophy. I think that Colonel Alcott had himself been taken somewhat by surprise. he had been referred to me by Mr. Boughton. Madame Blavatsky had compiled a work upon occult and philosophic subjects, and Mr. Boughton had been asked in relation to undertaking its publication. Why it had been referred to me I could never well understand. Mr. Boughton had taken passage for England a few days before, and I had visited him several times, even going over from Newark to bid him farewell the morning that he left. Yet he had not said a word to me about the manuscript. Did he really expect me to read it, or was he merely endeavoring to shirk having anything to do with it without actually refusing outright? I am now inclined to the opinion that he referred Colonel Alcott to me to evade saying no. At the time, however, I supposed that, although the mode of proceeding was not that of a man of business, Mr. Boughton really meant that I should examine the work, and I agreed to undertake the task. It was truly a ponderous document and displayed research in a very extended field, requiring diligence, familiarity with the various topics, as well as a purpose to be fair to the writer. Regarding myself as morally obligated to act for the advantage of Mr. Boughton, I showed no favor beyond what I believed justice to demand. I regarded it a duty to be severe. In my report to him, I stated that the manuscript was the product of great research, and that so far as related to current thinking, there was a revolution in it, but I added that I deemed it too long for remunerative publishing. Mr. Boughton, however, presently agreed to publish the work. I never learned the terms, but subsequent occurrences led me to presume that they were not carefully considered. He procured the copyright in his own name, which enabled him to control the price, and he refused every proposition afterward to transfer the ownership to the author, or to cheapen the cost. He placed the manuscript again in my hands, with instructions to shorten it as much as it would bear. This was a discretionary power that was far from agreeable. It can hardly be fair that a person acting solely in behalf of the publisher should have such authority over the work of an author. Nevertheless, I undertook the task. While abridging the work, I endeavored in every instance to preserve the thought of the author in plain language, removing only such terms and matter as might be regarded as superfluous, and not necessary to the main purpose. In this way, enough was taken out to fill a volume of respectable dimensions. In doing all this, I consulted only what I supposed to be Mr. Boughton's advantage, and believed that he so regarded it, as I had only his instructions. But it proved to be only a labor of love. Colonel Alcott was very desirous that I should become acquainted with Madame Blavatsky. He appeared to hold her in high regard, closely approaching to veneration, and to consider the opportunity to know her a rare favor for anyone. I was hardly able to share his enthusiasm. Having a natural diffidence about making new acquaintances, and acting as a critic upon her manuscript, I hesitated for a long time. Finally, however, these considerations were passed over and I accompanied him to their establishment in 47th Street. It was a flat, that unhomelike fashion of abode that now extends over populous cities, superseding the household and family relationship wherever it prevails. The building where they lived had been transmogrified for such purposes, and they occupied a suite of apartments on an upper floor. The household in this case comprised several individuals, with separate employments. They generally met at mealtime, together with such guests from elsewhere as might happen to be making a visit. The dining room was furnished in simple style with no affectation of anything unusual or extraordinary. Perhaps, I ought to add that later in the year following, this condition was quite considerably modified. The autumn of 1879 was characterized, as I have never since observed it, by the richness of color in the foliage. Numerous parties visited the woods around to gather the tinted leaves for ornamental purposes. One of the inmates of the flat, a foreigner who was in rapport with the Theosophical Fraternity, had in this way procured a large quantity and set herself to use them to decorate the dining room. She made several emblematic figures, the double triangle being the principal one of these. Then she followed with an oriental landscape extending the length of the apartment. There were to be seen the figures of an elephant, a monkey, and other creatures, and a man standing as if contemplating the scene. This decoration remained through the winter till the household had broken up. I then brought it away to Newark and set it up in a hall. Here it remained several years. It was there when Mr. Gr. S. Meade visited me. I sent it afterward to Miss Caroline Hancock at Sacramento, and she in turn presented it to the Theosophical Society at San Francisco. Doubtless it has long since met the fate of worn-out furniture. But it had notoriety in its earlier days, from the admiration of visitors for its ingenuity and oddness of conception, and descriptions of it were published in several newspapers. The study in which Madame Blavatsky lived and worked was arranged after a quaint and very primitive manner. It was a large front room, and being on the side next the street, was well lighted. In the midst of this was her den, a spot fenced off on three sides by temporary partitions, writing desk and shelves for books. She had it as convenient as it was unique. She had but to reach out an arm to get a book, paper, or other article that she might desire, that was within the enclosure. The place could not accord with a vivid sense of beauty, except after the ancient Greek conception that beauty is fitness for its purpose, everything certainly being convenient and handy. In this place Madame Blavatsky reigned supreme, gave her orders, issued her judgments, conducted her correspondence, received her visitors and produced the manuscript of her book. She did not resemble in manner or figure what I had been led to expect. She was tall, but not strapping. Her countenance bore the marks and exhibited the characteristics of one who had seen much, thought much, traveled much, and experienced much. Her figure reminded me of the description which Hippocrates has given to the Scyths, the race from which she probably descended. Her dress I do not feel competent to describe, and in fact never noticed so as to be able to remember. I am a man and seldom observant of a woman's attire. My attention is given to the individual, and unless the clothing should be strikingly different from the current style, I would be unable to speak of it intelligently or intelligibly. All that I have to say is that she was completely dressed. Her appearance was certainly impressive, but in no respect was she coarse, awkward, or ill-bred. On the other hand, she exhibited culture, familiarity with the manners of the most courtly society and genuine courtesy itself. She expressed her opinions with boldness and decision, but not obtrusively. It was easy to perceive that she had not been kept within the circumscribed limitations of a common female education. She knew a vast variety of topics and could discourse freely upon them. In several particulars, I presume that I never fairly or fully understood her. Perhaps this may have extended further than I am willing to admit. I have heard tell of her profession of superhuman powers and of extraordinary occurrences that would be termed miraculous. I, too, believe, like Hamlet, that there are more things in heaven and earth than our wise men of this age are willing to believe. But Madame Blavatsky never made any such claim to me. We always discoursed of topics which were familiar to both, as individuals on a common plane. Colonel Olcott often spoke to me as one who enjoyed a grand opportunity, but she herself made no affectation of superiority. Nor did I ever see or know of any such thing occurring with anyone else. She professed, however, to have communicated with personages whom she called the brothers, and intimated that this, at times, was by the agency, or some means analogous to what is termed telepathy. It is not necessary to show or insist that this mode of communication has been known and even carried on from antiquity. The khabar is well known in the Orient. I have supposed that an important condition for ability to hold such intercourse was abstinence from artificial stimulation such as comes from the use of flesh as food, alcoholic drink, and other narcotic substances. I do not attach any specific immorality to these things, but I have conjectured that such abstemiousness was essential in order to give the mental powers full play, and to the noetic faculty free course without impediment or contamination from lower influence. But Madame Blavatsky displayed no such asceticism. Her table was well furnished, but without profusion, and after a manner not differing from that of other housekeepers. Besides, she indulged freely in the smoking of cigarettes, which she made as she had occasion. I never saw any evidence that these things disturbed, or in any way interfered with her mental acuteness or activity. At my first visit, her reception was courteous and even friendly. She seemed to become acquainted at once. She spoke of the abridgments which I had made of her manuscript, extolling what I had done far beyond what it deserved. What had been taken out was flapdoodle, she declared. My judgment, certainly, had not been so severe as that. I had not looked for defects, or found them, but only to ascertain how the manuscript might be boiled down, without affecting the general purpose. In other cases, it has been my rule to scrutinize unprinted manuscript in quest of faults, but to look when it has been printed, to find out its meaning and merits. In this instance, however, I had aimed only to shorten without marring the work. It should be stated, however, as a fact in the publication of this work, that Madame Blavatsky continued to add matter, after M.R. Boughton began the undertaking, and I think that much of the second volume was then written. I have no recollection of much of it except in proof sheets at a later period. It was no easy matter to give the publication a fitting title. I do not remember that my services were asked in this matter, and certainly they would not have been worth the asking. It is a department in which I am particularly weak. Nor do I think the name unexceptionable which was adopted. Mr. Boughton is entitled to that distinction. He was a skillful caterer in the book-selling world to which he belonged, but he had business ability rather than a sense of fitness. He once published the treatise of Arpane Knight on ancient art and added pictures relating solely to Hindu mythology, entirely foreign to the subject. This work of Madame Blavatsky is largely based upon the hypothesis of a prehistoric period of the Aryan people in India, and in such a period the veil or the unveiling of Isis can hardly be said to constitute any part. On the contrary, it is a dramatic representation peculiar to the religion and wisdom of Egypt and perhaps is allied to the Syrian Hyksos enormities. Certainly the problems of Egyptian lore are to be considered with other pens than those with which Isis Unveiled was written. After the work had been printed and placed on sale, there was discussion in regard to the actual authorship. Many were unwilling to acknowledge that Madame Blavatsky could be sufficiently well informed or intellectually capable of such a production. True that women like Frances Burney had composed romances of high merit. Miss Farley had conducted successfully the Lowell Offering. Mary Somerville had written on physical science, and Harriet Martineau on political economy. A clergyman in New York, a member of the Russian Greek Church, I have been told, affirmed that I was the actual author. That report, however, can hardly have gone far. It would be refuted after the manner that the late Henry Ward Beecher put a stop to a similar one. He tells us that when Uncle Tom's Cabin was published there were many who insisted that he, and not Mrs. Stowe, was the author. Then, says M.R. Beecher, I wrote Norwood, which entirely disposed of the matter. So, too, nobody familiar with my style of writing would ever impute to me the authorship of Isis Unveiled. I would hesitate, likewise, to be considered in any noteworthy sense as an editor of the work. It is true that after Mr. Boughton had agreed to become the publisher, I was asked to read the proof sheets and make sure that the Hebrew words and terms belonging to other languages were correctly given by the printer, but I added nothing, and do not remember that I ventured to control anything that was contributed to the work. Without her knowledge and approval, such action would have been reprehensible. While she was engaged in the work, she had many books relating to the various topics, evidently for consultation. There were Jack Elliott's work on India, Bunson's Egypt, Ennemoser's History of Magic and others. I had myself written papers upon a variety of subjects for the Phrenological Journal and other periodicals, and she had procured many of them. We often discussed the topics, and their various characteristics, for she was a superior conversationalist and at home on every matter about which we discoursed. She spoke the English language with the fluency of one perfectly familiar with it, and who thought in it. It was the same to me as though talking with any man of my acquaintance. She was ready to take the idea as it was expressed, and uttered her own thoughts clearly, concisely, and often forcibly. Some of the words which she employed had characteristics which indicated their source. Anything which she did not approve or hold in respect she promptly disposed of as flapdoodle. I have never heard or encountered the term elsewhere. Not even the acts or projects of Colonel Olcott escaped such scathing, and in fact he not unfrequently came under her scorching criticism. He writhed under it, but, except for making some brief expression at the time, he did not appear to cherish resentment. In regard to the genuineness of her authorship, a story was once told me, which has been imagined by some to have a direct relation to the matter. I suppose this to be the occasion of several letters addressed to me upon the subject. My informant was the late Mrs. Elizabeth Thompson of Boston. Mrs. Thompson was a woman of wealth, abounding with benevolent purposes, but eager for novelties that were more or less visionary, shifting from one pursuit to another, and accessible to flattery. For example, she gave the money which enabled a medical college to hold several lecture terms, and then let the enterprise die out. She paid for building a chapel for the sessions of the Summer School of Philosophy at Concord, and then tired of the enterprise, she aided Drive Newbrough with money to print his new Bible OSP, and employed the artist, Mr. Frank Carpenter, to paint the picture of President Finken and his cabinet, which she presented to Congress. The wealth which her husband had bequeathed to her became a bait for all manner of parasites to seek her, and flattery artfully bestowed was often like the magical words, "Open, Sesame," sure to find the way to her purse. But she quickly dropped one for another. For a little time she was attracted to Madame Blavatsky. This was somewhat to be wondered at, for it is hard to conceive that Madame Blavatsky flattered anybody. She did not hesitate to tell Henry Ward Beecher when he was at the height of his popularity, that he was not an honest public teacher. It might be questioned whether Mrs. Thompson herself was quite sincere. I remember meeting her one day at dinner at the flat. A statement which I made was imputed by Colonel Olcott to the astral light. Some days later, I saw Mrs. Thompson at her own premises, and she asked me my opinion in a manner that impressed me that she was hardly straightforward in her relations with the Theosophical household. A year or so afterward, they had left New York for India. Mrs. Thompson had become an inmate of the family of Dr. Newbrough on West 34th Street. He was endeavoring to push the new Bible into circulation. I called there one day by invitation, and learning that she had rooms in the house, paid her my respects. In our conversation, Madame Blavatsky was mentioned, and Mrs. Thompson spoke of her in these terms: "If Madame Blavatsky should come in at that door I should kiss her affectionately. At the same time I believe her to be a perfect humbug." She then related the following story: Baron de Palm, a German gentleman, who spent some time in this country, had died in Roosevelt Hospital. He had devoted much attention to arcane subjects, and had written upon them. He was intimate with the party on 47th Street, and made them recipients of his property, but with the assurance that his body should be cremated. There was a woman in the household who seems to have become unfriendly and ready to talk at random. She told Mrs. Thompson that after the death of the Baron she was with Madame Blavatsky while examining the contents of his trunks. One of these, the woman said, was full of manuscripts. Madame Blavatsky looked at a few of the pages, and then hastily closed the trunk, making an effort to divert attention in another direction. Mrs. Thompson apparently believed that this manuscript was the material of the work Isis Unveiled. Certainly she endeavored to give me that impression. But I am not apt at taking hints, and do not like others to suppose that I imply what I do not explicitly say. The giving of hints is hardly an honorable practice, it is an evasion, and often simply the affectation of knowing something beyond which is directly communicated. I never made use of this story, and repeated it only to Dr. R. B. Westbrook, of Philadelphia, and to Colonel Olcott when I next met him in New York. Several individuals have written letters, as though I knew something that would discredit the sincerity of Madame Blavatsky and the genuineness of the originality of Isis Unveiled. My reply was that she had always dealt justly with me, and I had no disposition to speak unkindly of her. I mean always to avoid being sycophantic or credulous, but I will not recompense fair treatment by evil or unfriendly speaking. It will readily be perceived that there was really no evidence sufficient to warrant the imputing of the authorship of Isis Unveiled to Baron de Palm. I do not know whether, being of foreign birth, he could write fluently in the English language. It is not known that the manuscript in the trunk was written for publication, or was in any proper book form. Indeed, I have never been informed whether he contemplated such a work, or even that he had sufficient capacity. All this would require to be taken for granted, before it would be permissible to presume any imposture in the authorship. The manuscript which I handled I am very sure was in the handwriting of Madame Blavatsky herself. Anybody who was familiar with her, would, upon reading the first volume of Isis Unveiled, not have any difficulty in recognizing her as the author. Nor was the manuscript, voluminous as it was, sufficiently extensive to include a large trunk full of written paper. Besides, a full third, or even more, of what was published, was written by Madame Blavatsky after M.R. Boughton had set about putting the work in type. She was by no means expert in preparing her material. She patched and changed, making a very large bill for alterations. Indeed, she never actually finished the work, the publisher declared to me, till he told her that she must stop. It had been desired of me that I should read the proof sheets. It was not my province to dictate or even suggest what should be included in the work, and I do not remember taking exception but once. She had described certain medical treatment, with apparent approval, in which mercury was a factor. To this drug I entertain a lifelong antipathy. I have seen individuals railroaded out of life by its use as medicine, and others crippled hopelessly. My protestations may have induced her to qualify her eulogy. She always treated me with courtesy. When her work was most urgent, or she had been wearied with visitors, she commanded the woman at the door to turn off all callers. That prohibition was repeatedly spoken to me, but as she heard my voice, she would call out to admit me. This occurred when the call was not a matter of business. She was ready in conversation, and was at home on any topic, however abstruse. Few persons in any walk of life are as well supplied with material for discourse. Even Colonel Olcott, who was by no means inferior or commonplace, was not her equal except in his own profession. Believing that the main body of the work would not be sufficiently attractive to purchasers, I urged her to include in it accounts of the marvelous things which she had observed in India. But this she invariably declined to do, saying that it was not permitted by the brothers. That was a tribunal that I could not question. My wisdom in the matter was that of the marketplace. But she was always ready to hear what I had to say, whether in relation to her work, or to philosophic questions, or to subjects of everyday life. When the printer had placed everything in type, I was employed to prepare the index. Others must judge whether this was done with fidelity. As the author paid for this, and the publisher refrained from advancing a cent for all that I had done in the matter, though careful to make sure of all the proceeds from the sales, it is but just to render the acknowledgment where it is due. The work was finally completed, and Isis Unveiled was duly issued. The household began at once to make arrangements for leaving New York. Madame Blavatsky visited the Bureau of Naturalization and there became a citizen of the United States. This astonished me, partly because I knew her to be contemplating to leave the country permanently, and partly because she had freely criticized our ways of doing and our politics. She explained that the American nation had the best government. There were probably matters of law involved that I did not know about. Colonel Olcott was a skillful lawyer, and had been employed by the administration at Washington to ferret out alleged violations of law. He knew what would be necessary abroad for a safeguard. As the party after their arrival in India became objects of suspicion as possible spies of the Russian government, it is not unlikely that the precaution was wise. Madame Blavatsky wrote to me several times after their arrival at Bombay. She told of many matters of interest to a student in comparative religions, such as I am, and her letters were entertaining as well as instructive. But as time passed, new duties took the place of old recollections. Such events occurred as the break with Dayananda, the leader of the Arya Samaj, an alliance unnatural for Americans of Protestant antecedents, who do not like anyone to exercise dominion over their religious beliefs. The Theosophist, however, came regularly to me and was preserved from its first number. This enabled me to keep track of the party, and their doings till the closing of their present earthly career. Appendix 4. Isis Unveiled by H. P. Blavatsky, Theosophical University Press, online edition. Appendix 4. Letters from H. P. Blavatsky to Alexander Wilder, M.D. From the Word, June 1908, 7:3, the understanding had been reached that M.R. Boughton should publish Madame Blavatsky's manuscript of Isis Unveiled. It was placed in my hands by him with instruction to abridge it all that I thought best. It was an undesirable task, but I did it with scrupulous regard to the interest of the publisher, and to what I esteemed to be just to the author. I was introduced to her about this time. She spoke of what I had done, with great courtesy, employing her favorite term to characterize what I had thrown out. She was about to begin a revision of the work, and asked me to indicate freely wherever I considered it at fault or not well expressed. It is hardly necessary to say that this was a delicate matter. Authors are sensitive even to morbidness, and prone to feel a criticism to be an exhibition of unfriendliness. Nevertheless, I faced the issue, and pointed out frankly what I considered fault of style, and also the importance of explaining her sources of information. She was frank to acknowledge her own shortcomings, but pleaded that she was not permitted to divulge the matters which I urged. We compared views, ethnic and historic, often not agreeing. I took the pains to embody many of these points in a letter, to which she made the following reply, August. Dr. A. Wilder, my dear sir, your kind favor at hand only today, for my friend Mr. Marquette has proved an inaccurate postman, having some sun-struck patients to attend. There are many parts in my book that I do not like either, but the trouble is I do not know how to get rid of them without touching facts which are important, as arguments. You say that when I prove something, I prove it too much. There again you are right, but in such a work, and the first one of some importance that I ever wrote, having limited myself to articles, in such a work when facts crowd and elbow each other in my brains, really one does not know sometimes where to stop. Your head is fresh, for you read it for the first time. Therefore you see all the faults and shortcomings, while my overworked brains and memory are all in a sad muddle, having read the manuscripts over and over again. I am really very, very thankful to you for your suggestions. I wish you made more of them. Do you think the Phoenicians were an Ethiopian race? Why? They have certainly mingled much with them, but I do not see well how it can be. The Phoenicians were the ancient Jews, I think, whatever they have been before. Josephus admits as much, unless it is a hoax to escape other accusations. The biblical mode of worship and the bloody sacrifices in which the patriarchs and other chosen ones delighted are of a Phoenician origin, as they belonged in days of old to the Bacchic and Adonis Phoenician worship. The Adonis is certainly the Jewish Adonai. All the Phoenician deities can be found in Joshua as well as their temples, XXIII, 7. Herodotus traces the circumcision to them. The little bulls of the Jews, the Osiris Bacchus Adonis, is a Phoenician custom. I think the Phoenicians were the Canaanites. When settled in Jerusalem they appear to have become friends. The Sidonian Baal Adonisbal is closely related to their Sabaean worship of the Queen of Heaven. Herodotus shows that the Syrians, the Jews of Palestine, lived earlier on the Red Sea, and he calls them Phoenicians. But what puzzles me is to reconcile the type. The Jews appear to have never intermarried among other nations, at least not to the extent to change their type. They have nothing Ethiopian about them. Will you tell me your reasons and oblige? You told me in a previous letter that the Ethiopians have anciently dwelt in India. In western India there is in a temple the statue of Krishna, and he is a splendid black Ethiopian with woolly hair, black lips, and flat nose. I trace every or nearly every ancient religion to India because of the Sanskrit names of the gods of every other nation. If you trace them etymologically you are sure to find the root of every god, of the Aryan family, in Sanskrit, and many of the Semitic gods also, and that before the Aryans broke up towards the south and north. Every Slavonian deity can be traced back to India, and yet the word Bog, the Russian word for God, a derivation from Gospt in Hospodar or Gospodar, the Lord seems to come right from the Babylonian Baal or Baal. In Slavonian and Russian Bzloibog means literally white god, or the god of the day, good deity, as Tihernobog is black god the evil, night deity. The Tyrian god was Belus Babylonian Bel, and Bok means light and Boga the sun. I derive Bacchus from this as a sun god. I suppose we ought in the derivation of the names of all these gods, take in consideration the aspiration. The Semitic s generally softens to a, in the Sanskrit. The Assyrian san becomes in Sanskrit ahan, their Assyria is ahura. As is the sun god and ar is a sun god. Assur is Assyrian and Assyrian sun god, Ashurya is one of the names of the sun, and Surya in Sanskrit. Miller. It was the rule of Bunsen to soften the s to u. Now as means life and asu spirit, and in India, even in Tibet, the life principle, the great agent of magic, the astral light by which the lamas and Siamese priests produce their wonders is written akaza, pronounced ahaha. It is the life principle, for it is the direct magnetism, the electric current proceeding from the sun, which is certainly a great magnet as the ancients said, and not as our modern scientists will have it. I have studied some of the old Turanian words, beg pardon of philology and science, in Samarkand with an old scholar, and he told me that he traced somehow the deities of every subsequent nation a great deal further back than the Aryan roots before the split of the nations. Now Max Muller does not concede, it seems to me, anything positive or exact as roots beyond the old Sanskrit, and dares not go further back. How do you account for that? You say that the Chaldeans were a tribe of the Akkadians, come from Armenia. This is Rawlinson's views. But did you trace the primitive Akkadians back? I have been living for a long time at the very foot of Mount Ararat, in Yerevan, where my husband was governor for 25 years, and we have profound scholars among some Armenian monks in the monastery of Echmiadzin, the dwelling place or see of the Armenian Patriarch, the Gregorian. It is but a few versts from Yerevan. Abbey, the well-known geologist and archaeologist of the Russian government, used to say that he got his most precious information from nurses, the late Patriarch. In the garden of the very house we lived in was an enormous column, a ruin from the palace of Tiridates, all covered with inscriptions, about which the Russian government did not care much. I had them all explained by a monk of nurses. I have reasons to think the Akkadians came from India. The Bible mandrakes were never understood in their Kabbalistic meaning. There is a Kabbalah older than the Chaldean. Owens has never been traced to his origin, but, of course, I cannot, at least 7 must not, give to the world its meaning. Your article on the androgynes is splendid. I did not dare write it in my book. I think the Amazons were androgynes and belong to one of the primitive cycles. You do not prove them historically, do you? I will certainly adopt your suggestion as to Job. I see you have more of Kabbalistic intuition than I thought possible in one not initiated. As to the chapter of explanation about the Hierophants, the Florcidium, and others, please suggest where it ought to come in and what it should cover. It seems to me that it will be difficult for me to explain what 7 am not allowed to, or say anything about the exoteric part what intelligent people do not already know. I am a Tibetan Buddhist, you know, and pledged myself to keep certain things secret. They have the original Book of Yashar and some of the lost manuscripts mentioned in the Bible, such as the Book of War, as you knew, perhaps, in the old place. I will write to General Kaufman one of these days to Tashkent, where he is General Governor for the last 10 years, and he can get me all the copies and translations from the old manuscripts I want. Isn't it extraordinary that the government, Russian, does not care more about them than it does? Where to do you trace the lost tribes of Israel? I suppose I gave you the headache by this time, so I close. I will forward you Saturday the last chapters of the second part if I can, but this part is not finished yet and I want your advice as to how to wind it up. Truly and respectfully yours, H. P. Blavatsky. Note. Perhaps there should be some reply made here to these inquiries, though it seems hardly in keeping. It is true that Herodotus states that the Phoenicians came from the country of the Red or Erythraean Sea, which washes Arabia. Mr. J. D. Baldwin classifies them as Cushites, in which race he includes the Arabians and the dominant dark people of India, but not the African tribes. The Cushites of Asia are the Ethiopians of classic times. Although the Phoenicians were styled Kafs by the Egyptian, and the Philistines are said to have migrated from Kafta, it has been quite common to identify the Phoenicians with the Canaanites of the Bible. Whether anciently the Jews were of the same people, there must have been a close relation, and we find in the Bible that no exception was taken to intermarriage till the time of Ezra and Nehemiah. Probably the type was established subsequent to that period. Ephraim is a Canaanite, says the prophet, deceitful balances are in his hand, and he loveth to oppress. I think that Godfrey Higgins and Moore in the Pantheon denominated the figure a Buddha and Negro, that Madame Blavatsky describes as Krishna. True, Krishna had another name, and this term signifies black. But when India is named, it is not definitely certain how far it extended, or differed from the Asiatic Ethiopia. The Akkadians may have come from that part of Asia, the term signifies highlands. But the Chaldeans, their supposed successors, are called Kasdim. In the Bible Xenophon wrote of Chaldeans, natives of Armenia. The ensuing autumn and winter I delivered a course of lectures in a medical college in New York. This brought me from Newark several times each week and gave me an opportunity to call at the place on West 47th Street if there was occasion. During the season previous Baron de Palm had died in Roosevelt Hospital. He was on intimate terms with the family group in West 47th Street, and had received necessary attentions from them during his illness. Whatever he possessed of value he bestowed upon them, but with the pledge or condition that his body should be cremated. This was a novel, not to say a shocking idea, to people generally. There was but one place for such a purpose in the United States. Dr. Francis F. E. Moyne had constructed it at Washington, in western Pennsylvania. He was an old-time abolitionist, when this meant social proscription, and in 1844 was the candidate for the Fiberty Party for vice president. He had advanced views on the disposal of the dead and had built the crematory for himself and family. The arrangements were made for the cremation of the body of the deceased baron, as soon as winter had come to permit its transportation from New York. Colonel Alcott had charge of the matter. Being a newspaper man and rather fond of display, he induced a large party to go with him to see the first cremation in America. This was the introduction of this practice into this country. During his absence I called at the house on 47th Street, but my ringing was not answered. I then wrote a note stating my errand. Madame Blavatsky answered at once as follows: "My dear doctor, now, that's too bad, but I really think you must have rung the wrong bell. I did not go out of the house for the last 2 months, and the servant is always in the kitchen until 9:30 or 10. Why did you not pull all the bells one after the other? You must come Monday as you have to come to town, and stop over till Tuesday. You can attend your college and sleep here the same, can't you? And Alcott will be back to talk your law business with you, but if you want something particular, or have some law affairs which are pressing, why don't you go to Judge, 271 Broadway, Alcott's and Judge's office. Judge will attend to anything you want. He is a smart lawyer, and a faithful true friend to all of us. But of course you know better yourself how to act in your own business. Alcott will be home by Friday night, I think. I could not go, though they expect me there today. To tell you the truth, I do not see the fun of spending $40 or $50 for the pleasure of seeing a man burnt. I have seen burnings of dead and living bodies in India sufficiently. Boughton is an extraordinary man. He says to Alcott that it is for you to decide whether it will be 1 or 2 volumes, etc., and you tell me he needs no estimate of yours. He told you how to go to work. Can't you tell us what he told you? It is no curiosity, but business. As I am adding all kind of esoteric and other matter in part 2, I would like to know what I can write, and on what subjects I am to shut my mouth. It is useless for me to labor if it is all to be cut out. Will you please, dear doctor, tell me what I have to do? I am of your opinion about Inman, but facts are facts. I do not go against Christianity. Neither against Jesus of Nazareth. I simply go for the skulls of theologians. Theology is neither Christianity nor religion. It is human and blasphemous flapdoodle. I suppose anyone understands it. But how can I make a parallel between heathen or pagan worship and the Christian unless I give facts? It is facts and scientific discovery which kills exoteric and fetish worshipping Christianity, not what Inman or I can say. But laying Inman aside, read Supernatural Religion, which had in less than 18 months 6 editions in England. The book is written by a bishop, one of the most learned theologians of the Church of England. Why he kills divine revelation and dogmas and gospels and all that. Believe me, Dr. Wilder, a little and cowardly abuse will kill a book. A courageous and sincere criticism of this hypocritical, lying, dirty crew Catholic clergy will help to sell the book. I leave the Protestants and other Christian religions nearly out of question. I only go for Catholics. A pope who calls himself the vicegerent of God on earth, and openly sympathizes with the Turks against the unfortunate Bulgarian Christians, is a Cana fiend, and if the French liberal papers themselves publicly abuse him, Boughton must not fear that the book will be prevented in its sale because I advise the old Antichrist, who has compared himself for the last 2 years with all the prophets of the Bible and with the slain Lamb himself, if I advise him moreover, to compare himself, while he is at work, to Saul, the Turkish Bashi-Bazuk to David, and the Bulgarians to the Philistines. Let him, the old cruel devil, promise the Bashi-Bazuk, David, his daughter the Popish Church, Michael, in marriage if he brings him 100 foreskins of the Bulgarians. I have received letters from home. My aunt sends me a piece of poetry by the famous Russian author and poet J. Turgenev. It was printed in all the Russian papers, and the emperor has forbidden its publication from consideration, and politics I suppose, for old Victoria. My aunt wants me to translate it and have it published here in the American newspapers, and most earnestly she appeals for that. I cannot write poetry. God knows the trouble I have with my prose. But I have translated every line word for word, 11 quatrains in all. Can you put them in verses so as to preserve the rhyme and rhythm, too? It is a splendid and thrilling thing entitled Crockett at Windsor, the idea being a vision of the Queen, who looks upon a croquet game and sees the balls chased by the mallet, transformed into rolling heads of women, girls, and children tortured by the Turks. Goes home, sees her dress all covered with gore, calls on the British rivers and waters for help to wash out the stain, and hears a voice answered, "No, Majesty, no, this innocent blood, you can never wash out nevermore," etc. My dear doctor, can you do me a favor to write me half a page or so of a profession of faith, to insert in the first page or pages of part 2? Just to say briefly and eloquently that it is not against Christ or the Christ religion that I battle. Neither do I battle against any sincere, true religion, but against theology and pagan Catholicism. If you write me this, I will know how to make variations on this theme without becoming guilty of false notes in your eyes and the sight of Boughton. Please do, you can do it in 3 minutes. I see that none of your symbologists, neither Payne Knight, King, Dunlap, Inman, nor Higgins, knew anything about the truths of initiation. All is exoteric superficial guesswork with them. Pon my word, without any compliment, there's Taylor alone and yourself, who seem to grasp truth intuition ally. I have read with the greatest pleasure your edition of the Eleusinian and Bacchic mysteries. You are right. Others know Greek better, but Taylor knew Plato 1,000 times better, and I have found in your short fragments much matter which for the life of me I do not know where you could have learned it. Your guesses are so many hits right on the true spot. Well, you ought to go east and get initiated. Please come on Monday. I will have a bed ready for you Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and I will be expecting you to dinner all these days. If you cannot come until Monday, do tell me what instructions Boughton gave you, and what are the precise orders for mutilations, will you? Esoterically yours in true Platonism, H. P. Blavatsky. Homepage.